you tomorrow, 9:30. Right now, it's 12 o'clock. It's time for Vanessa.
Thank you, Michael. Hello, Vanessa Phelps here, sitting in for Jeremy Vine, and on the programme this lunchtime, a flight heading to New York had to return to Heathrow Airport after a laser beam was aimed at the cockpit. An investigation is being carried out into how British indie band Viola Beach and their manager were killed in Sweden when their car plunged more than 80 feet from a bridge into a canal. After 1 o'clock, a medical special on fainting, and should believers pray for atheists? The Church of England has been accused of insensitivity after tweeting its prayers for avowed secularist Richard Dawkins, who has suffered a stroke. You can give me a ring on 0500 288 291. Calls are free from most landlines. Some networks and mobile operators don't charge for these calls. You can email vine@bbc.co.uk or contact us via text, Twitter and Facebook. But first, here's the news with Adam Porter.
Vanessa, thank you. The Turkish Prime Minister says Russian missiles have hit a school and a hospital in Azaz near the Turkish border. Ahmet Davutoglu said many civilians have been killed. And as Sebastian Usher reports, the medical charity MSF says there's been a separate airstrike on a makeshift clinic in northern Syria.
The attack happened in the province of Idlib in the northeast of Syria. It has faced intense Russian and Syrian airstrikes in an offensive aimed at trying to win back the area, which has all but fallen to rebel groups. Images posted on social media show the almost total destruction of the MSF facility. MSF supports and operates a number of health centres and field hospitals in Syria. It says its facilities have been targeted a dozen times in the past 2 months.
Swedish police have begun an investigation into the accident that killed the British indie band Viola Beach and their manager. Their car went off a bridge into a canal where the bridge was lifted to allow boats through. Police are checking the weather conditions and whether the safety barriers were functioning. Most psychiatric patients are being failed by the NHS in England, according to a report by an independent task force. It uncovered long waiting times and a lack of provision in A&E departments. Ministers have promised an extra £1 billion a year for mental health services by 2021. The British Airline Pilots Association is urging the government to classify lasers as offensive weapons after a pilot had a laser shone in his eye. The Virgin Atlantic flight from London to New York was forced to turn back. These passengers described what happened.
We said the co-pilot seems to have got a laser in the eye and we need to return for medical assistance because he can't make the flight across the Atlantic to JFK.
There was an ambulance right there when we landed and the paramedics came on board.
We're about an hour outside of London when the pilot came on and said that there'd been an incident. We had a Heathrow and they got us set up on buses at a hotel. And we're taking back off today to get back to New York.
5,000 jobs are to be created at the supermarket chain Aldi. It's opening 80 new stores. BBC News at 3 minutes past 12. Our next at 1.
Thanks, Adam. Coming up, who would beam a laser into an aeroplane's cockpit? That's after Michael Jackson and Off the Wall. A Virgin Atlantic flight from London to New York had to turn back to Heathrow last night after a powerful laser beam was shone into the cockpit by somebody on the ground below. 252 passengers were on board when crew reported a medical issue with the pilot as a result of this so-called laser attack. We can hear that call now.
We have a medical issue with one of the pilots after a laser incident after takeoff, and we're going to return to Heathrow. Left turn direct to Stumble is approved.
Perhaps you were on that flight, or maybe you work in the aviation industry and you're worried about people pointing lasers at planes. It seems to be happening an awful lot, with hundreds of incidents reported last year. If you sell or you work with high-powered lasers, maybe you could explain what they're supposed to be used for. You could give us a call on 0500 288 291 or email vine@bbc.co.uk. In a moment, we'll speak to Julian Bray, an aviation expert and journalist. But first of all, let's go to Heathrow, where we can talk to BBC correspondent Lisa Hample and Dave Smith, who's a pilot and spokesman for BALPA, the British Airline Pilots Association. Lisa, hello, good afternoon. Hello. What do we know about this particular incident? It was so recent. What do we know about it so far?
Well, the plane had just taken off. It took off at 8 o'clock last night from Heathrow, and it was 8,000 feet in the air, just 6 miles west of Heathrow, when a laser was shone at the cockpit. An hour into the flight, the co-pilot told the passengers over the tannoy that he was turning back as he felt unwell. Now, Virgin Atlantic says safety was the priority, and we've been talking to passengers this morning. They were very calm. They were very pleased that the plane turned back. They were put up at hotels here at Heathrow and making their way onto New York JFK again today. But the Civil Aviation Authority says there's been an alarming increase in the number of planes that have been targeted with lasers. There were 1,440 in 2014, and since 2009 there were nearly 9,000. Now, it's quite easy to get hold of these lasers, and it's thought that people are using them as they're pranksters. They don't realise what they're doing, but it can result in temporary loss of vision and even have the power to cause permanent blindness.
Have we ever before, Lisa, heard of a plane actually having to turn back because of this?
Yes, the pilot, the co-pilot, he felt unwell because the laser was in the cockpit, and apparently what happens is it's like a flash. You get a flash of light and a peripheral image in your sight, and the pilot felt unwell. He got this in his eye, and so he decided that he couldn't fly. You can only fly when you've got the co-pilot and the pilot, two pilots, and he made the decision that no, he couldn't go on, and they were turning back.
But amid all these incidents, and you've said, 1,440 of them last year alone, have we ever before heard of a plane actually having to turn back because of lasers?
I think this has happened in the past. I think the issue now is that there's a call for a change in the law, because in fact it is unlawful for these lasers to be used, but it's very hard to find someone and say, you were targeting this plane with this laser, and therefore we're going to charge you and take you to court. And what's wanted is a change in the law to make this more of a serious offence.
Okay, let's bring in Dave Smith. He's standing with you. He's a pilot and he's the Balfour spokesman at Heathrow. Dave, hello. Thanks for talking to us this afternoon. Can you describe for us how one of these lasers looks if you're flying a plane?
Yes, well, it's almost like a flashbulb going off. The problem is when the laser hits the windscreen, it's diffracted around the cockpit. You get a very bright light and flashes of light. And if you happen to be looking out of the cockpit window at that time, of course, then the laser could actually impact your retina and cause permanent damage.
I mean, that's pretty much what pilots are there for, isn't it? To look out of the window. We don't expect you not to be looking out of the window, so presumably it's going to be pretty impossible not to see the laser beam if it's directed at the cockpit.
Well, that's one of the problems. These laser beams are being directed at the aircraft in the critical phases of the flight of takeoff and landing, and that's exactly when the pilots are looking out of the windows, as well as looking at their instruments. So if you happen to glance to one side, and that's all it takes, a quick glance as that laser beam is being directed at you, then you're in trouble.
Have you experienced it yourself, Dave?
No, I retired in 2009 when this problem was just starting. But as Lisa has reported, the incidents have become exponential over the last 2 or 3 years. In fact, Balfour ran its own survey just 6 months ago, and over 55% of the pilots that Balfour surveyed had a laser attack in the last 12 months.
You see, lots of people listening will be utterly mystified by this because they will think, A, these machines are so cheap, relatively inexpensive. You can pick them up for 40 quid, 50 pounds, maybe up to 100 pounds out. You can get them in markets. You know, they'll think they're so inexpensive, they're so easily accessible. How can they possibly be powerful enough to do damage at that enormous distance?
Well, that's the problem with technology. Technology has miniaturized all sorts of things, from mobile phones down to lasers. And so these handheld lasers, which a few years ago would have had a large battery pack, and just like the old original mobile phones, but nowadays they are literally just handheld, and they have the power to shine several miles and cause damage at that sort of distance.
It is amazing, isn't it? Now, I know that among the advice you give to pilots is not to do the very obvious thing that you'd imagine anybody doing. You've stared into a very bright light, you close your eyes in shock, and then you give your eyes a rub with the back of your fist, and you're telling them, do not, under any circumstances, rub your eyes should you suffer a laser attack.
You see that?
Quite right, because you can cause damage to the cornea of the eye. One of the other problems are there are no nerves in the back of the eye, so you may not even know that your eye's been permanently damaged because there's no pain. So it's very tricky. The advice Balfour gives to his pilots is to obviously look away if there are any reports of a laser attack going on. And if you do have the laser impact on your eye, obviously close your eyes as quickly as possible and then just take your time to try and get over it. Sometimes it's just like a flashbulb from a camera. The loss of vision is only temporary and it comes back within 2 or 3 minutes. But, of course, if it's not, and this is obviously what was happening with the Virgin aeroplane yesterday, once the 2 pilots had assessed the situation, they did the sensible thing and decided to return back to Heathrow.
Dave, thank you very much indeed. Now let's turn to Julian Braid, a journalist and aviation expert. Julian, I think some people listening will be absolutely amazed by this. They will just be thinking, how can it possibly be that something you can buy relatively cheaply, use in your back garden or out of your bedroom window, could do genuine damage to a pilot of a plane so many miles away and indeed force the plane to turn back?
Yes, you're absolutely right. And of course, you quoted £40. Well, I looked it up on the internet. You can pick them up for $10.
Can you?
Yes,
Gosh.
as cheap as that.
May I ask you, and everybody else who's just thinking, what on earth are they talking about? When people buy these machines, what are they buying them for? What do they think they're going to do?
Quite frankly, there is no legitimate use for these. They're sold as military-style lasers. Now, that gives you the clue, I think. It's a green beam. It can be seen for 10 miles in clear evening skies and no clouds. The point is they're readily available. You just go onto the internet and they come. And I really do wonder why people buy these things, because it can't be for good intent.
Could it be they simply don't realise the power of this rather cheap gadget that they bought? They can't really believe that they're going to do any serious harm.
Well, if there is a game going around called laser tagging, and basically instead of scribbling on a wall or spraying a wall, they will try and get their beam on the underside of an aircraft. The problem being that aircraft are flying so quickly that your beam will only stay on the underside of an aircraft. It will hit a window, either passenger window or the flight deck window, and as you've already described, it then diffracts. It goes around the inside of the flight deck. Imagine the mirror, you fire the beam at it, and it goes off at a 45-degree angle. Hits another piece of glass somewhere, goes again off at a 45-degree angle. And it's constantly doing this, so you see the overall flash, and then you get some sort of damage to your retina, to your eye. And of course, if a pilot has poor eyesight, then that's his career over.
And in this instance, the plane turned back. Have you heard before of planes being forced to turn back because of lasers?
Well, they turn back for many incidents. There might be a bird strike, and I have heard of them turning back for lasers. And unfortunately, this is an increasing problem over here. Every airport in the UK has reported laser incidents in the past year. And that is truly shocking. And alongside that, we also have drones being flown at airports. People buy these drones in high street shops. They think, oh, what a good idea, I can get a close-up of an aircraft taking off, not realising there are wind currents and everything else, which could cause problems. But this truly is a terrible situation.
We know it's illegal, don't we? The other thing we can probably guess is how desperately difficult it would be to trace the laser beam back and work out who on earth was idiotic and silly enough to do something like that.
Well, that's, yes, a good point. In fact, some local police forces, they've got helicopters, and of course these things are pointed at helicopters as well. And the police point out, well, one end of your laser is on our helicopter, the other end of the laser is in your hand. Now, they can stooge around. They can stay over the area for a long, long while. They've got heat-seeking cameras, cameras, and they can actually pinpoint the people that had these things. And also, do realise it's not just one aircraft up in the sky, it's many. So other pilots will see this going on, and they will be plotting the position of the laser as well. So hopefully, that person will have been reported long before he realises it.
Julian Bray, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're taking your calls on this. Maybe you own one of these gadgets and you use it for entirely benign purposes, and you can tell us what they are. Why did you purchase it? What do you do with it? Maybe you know other people who have and you suspect their motives. Maybe you didn't realise that something you thought was an innocent prank would be so extremely dangerous. Give us a call on 0500 288 291 or email vine@bbc.co.uk.
That is very ignorant, isn't it? The police on their horses going side by side. Why don't they go in front of each other? There's a cycle lane there, but people can't get past them. Very rude.
They say heaven can wait. You and I will survive. Sometimes we love and mistake and go all the way over the line. We'll survive. So let's just start to bring to the heart it can be over the line. We'll survive. We'll survive.
There's Sandown Race Course on the right. Don't they have a radio rally there every year at Sandown? I've never been to it. I'm sure they do.
Sometimes we're lost and astray, and I walk far away. Walk the line, we'll survive. So let's just march away through the heart. Walk the line, we'll survive. Hold on, we just have to hold on. We don't have to go back tonight. I know everything's
Come on then.
getting right. Sometimes it's
Oh, it's bloody cyclist. Look, I keep on meeting up with him.
so let's just march away through the heart of the line. We'll
Rod Stewart and Holmes the line. This is from Matt. He said, I work in the airline in question, and I can say safety is our top priority. Customers will travel today. I'm worried that these attacks are getting more frequent. Phil in Romford, I'm staggered that these lasers are legally available to buy. Imagine what kind of damage they could do if kids got hold of them and shone them, for example, into one another's eyes. And Val from Carrickfergus says those using lasers should be warned that it won't be a slap on the wrist, but they will be charged with attempted mass murder, as it could result in the killing of hundreds in the air. And also those on the ground, they should get a long custodial sentence. Colin in Dover, can't the windscreen of the plane be made to deflect lasers? We should concentrate more on preventing these accidents. And Richard says the government needs to listen to Balfour and crack down on the laser problem. I am a pilot, and I've had more lasers shone at me in the UK than any other country I've flown in so far. And Peter in Norwich, I'm an HGV driver, and I have repeatedly seen children standing on bridges shining lasers at lorries. It is very, very dangerous.
I really love the emotion that comes out of soul music. It's almost spiritual. I love 70s soul music. You can hear the production seeping through the organ by magic, making it oh so funky. But I play 2 or 3 new songs every time I do the show. It's a great way to unwind in listening to soul music. I hope it de-stresses. Not distress, de-stress.
Trevor Nelson's Soul Show.
I stack records whenever I DJ out. I don't care where I DJ. Brings the house down every time.
Wednesday night from 11.
Just chill out and listen to the show. It's going to be great. We've got so many kids to play kids. So many to get through.
On BBC Radio 2. And Clive's on the line. Good afternoon to you, Clive.
Hello, Melissa.
Hello there. You're a specialist distributor of lasers. The sorts of lasers that we're talking about.
Not the ones you're talking about, the ones that are used for proper use of lasers, but yeah, we do with lasers.
Tell us what the proper use of lasers is, because many people are thinking, what earth would you ever need such a thing?
Well, if you have a look in your car or your mobile phone, that's where lasers are used to great effect in the production of that. So, for example, welding panels, making the grooves in the glass so that you can actually see what you're doing with your mobile phone, those sort of things. Industrial and scientific, the other way that lasers are also used in a big way is in medical applications and in cancer therapy, where you use a laser to actually activate the drug, have a special tag in it that actually is activated by a certain frequency of light. And that's why you need a laser, because it's actually a very, very pure form of light.
But you don't sell lasers to individual members of the public who fancy beaming them around the place for a lark.
No, I don't. Personally, I've actually worked in the industry for about 30 years, and it's been a personal beef of mine, the laser, handheld laser pointer business. I'm constantly reminding my children, or if any of them speak to you, will ever say, I will kill you if you see one of those things.
Can I ask, you're a laser expert. Obviously, you sell them to the industry for medical use, industrial use. Is there any legitimate use that you can think of for one of these lasers that you can buy? We hear you can buy them as cheaply as $10. I had heard 40 pounds and up, but now we hear they're even cheaper than that. What is the legitimate use of such an item?
Well, for example, if you had an industrial laser and you actually wanted to see where you were, were actually using a laser, some of them are invisible to the naked eye, and you could actually use something like this to point out where the position of the beam is going. So, for example, if you're using it to visualize a certain point of the brain or something like that, you can generate a crosshair or something like that with it. But when you see these things used as handheld pointers, and I don't know whether they're used. I don't know if you've seen the handheld pointers you sometimes see when you are doing a presentation.
Yes, that's a little red dot, though, isn't it? That's not a big green beam.
No, that's right. It's a little red dot. It's a very, very controlled device, 1 milliwatt or less. The problem is that from Far East and what have you, you can import these units. And what one of your previous speakers was saying, it seems to be a craze that they can then use them for tagging things. There is no real legitimate use. There is ways of protecting these things, and I can go into that in a bit in the future.
When you say people, do you mean pilots? Airline pilots?
Pilots. I mean, I'll be perfectly honest, there was a comment there you had from a HGV driver. I've seen it as well. I drive an awful lot for my work. I go all around the UK. And in fact, I've had a couple of them strike my car. And the problem is at night, your eye pupil is open, and it's green, and that's where your eye is most sensitive, and your eyes are attracted to that light. It's just natural, you can't do it, but you can actually protect yourself, or pilots protect themselves with possibly something that's like sunglasses, but not quite. It's actually a filter, a special filter that they can wear as like sunglasses.
Yeah, I think most people are thinking that they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to protect
No, they shouldn't have to. They shouldn't have to.
Right, thank you very much. Thanks for talking to us. Let's go to Stuart in Haverhill. Hi, Stuart.
Hello, Vanessa.
So you were in Greece with your kids, and you decided to make a little purchase of a couple of presents for them. What did you get them?
Well, they are they're about 4 inches long and half an inch in diameter, and they appear to be quite legitimate, just laser pens is what they are.
And what did you think a laser pen was supposed to do?
Well, pointing really, and the kids used it for drawing shapes on the ground and so forth. I've worked with lasers, so I knew some of the dangers. So I said, we mustn't put it on the people. Certainly not anywhere near a face, but on the floor. And that's what they did.
And how old were the children at this point?
They were about 10, 12 at the time.
Because you're a trusting kind of dad. To say to a 12-year-old, here's a laser pen, don't point it at anyone's face, you would have thought the second you turned your back, even the sweetest kid wouldn't be able to resist.
Well, no, but we were with them at all times. They weren't allowed to take them out without us being there, and they were with us at all times. So they're pretty sensible, so they did what they were told. But I've now got the equipment that can actually measure the laser output, and one of them, although it's got like a diffuser on the end, which is designed to make nice patterns everywhere.
Yeah.
If you take that off and just use it as a green dot, it's actually a 40 milliwatt laser.
Wow.
Now that is really powerful in terms of laser output. You can do serious damage if that was shot in anybody's eyes. So, fortunately, my kids are now a bit older. They're not interested in them at all, so they're defunct and not used at all. But I was a bit surprised at the laser power once I was able to measure it.
And if one of your kids now grown a little older says, Dad, you know what I've done online? I've just bought one of these really great laser beam machines and I'm going to have a right laugh, beaming it out of the window at passing birds and or aeroplanes. What would you have to say about that you can say on the radio?
I'd take it off them. There'd be no question they'd be allowed to have it. The one I've got here, the 40 milliwatt one, I did test it upstairs and shone it down the road to the house. Just down the road, just a brick wall.
Yeah.
No danger to anybody. Yeah. And I could clearly see the spot, and it was a good 60 metres away. And that's in broad daylight. So that's the sort of dangerous that they are. They really are dangerous.
You obviously do get the fascination with them. You bought these pens for your boys. They're shining lights on the floor. You have a good go at shining a light at the house down the road. I mean, you obviously get it. What is it? Why is it good fun to do this?
Oh, I think it's just something different that they've not had before. It's that much brighter than a torch. The torch gives a flat, nice beam for everything. This is a really narrow beam that you can see at a further distance.
Stuart, thanks very much indeed. This is from Guy, who said, I used to fly frequently out of Stansted, and on 3 occasions I've seen a very vivid green thing near Luton. I did report it, I never heard back. Are lasers used in navigation or defence? Sean in Barnsley, 6 years ago, we went to Cairo. On the flight, on the way home, I looked out of the window, and there were people pointing lasers up at the aircraft back then. The beams were very bright. Ian in Newcastle, 2 weeks ago, I was a passenger on a plane to Newcastle, and a green laser light came in through the window, and it was extremely intense. Aaron says, I use mine for stargazing to help identify stars. Like anything, it's being sensible while using them, while being mindful of just how powerful they are. And Martin in Wrexham says, my brother lives in Hong Kong. He sent over 2 for my kids. They were £6 each. You could point them at a balloon. You could burst it. You could point it at a match. It would ignite. They would shine for miles. I took them off the kids in the end. King and laughed and cried. The time 12:34. All 4 members of the British band Viola Beach and their manager died in a car accident in Sweden over the weekend. Chris Leonard, River Reeves, Thomas Lowe, Jack Dakin and manager Craig Tarry were killed when their vehicle plunged more than 25 metres from a bridge into a canal. The incident happened early on Saturday morning near Stockholm, just hours after the band had played their first gig outside the UK. Swedish police say the band's car fell through a gap that had opened up to let a boat pass through. Officers are examining their car to try to find the cause of the crash. And we'd love to hear from you if you knew that. Call us on 288 291 or email Vine at bbc.co.uk. But first of all, let's speak to Frank Radozovic, who's a reporter for Radio Sweden in Stockholm. Frank, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell us what happened as far as we know it on Saturday morning?
Yes, it was about 2:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. The band was traveling back from the town of Newark, about 2 hours south of Stockholm, on their way to the airport here in Stockholm. When they came up to this bridge that is on the European highway, and it's not like your traditional drawbridges. Instead of two sides sort of opening up like a doorway, the bridge actually, the middle section lifts vertically, so there is a gap. Essentially, part of the bridge disappears and goes up while the boat is passing under. But there were warning lights, there were signs, there were booms that were down to prevent traffic, and police all working properly. There were also cars that were stopped by the boom, waiting for the bridge to come back down. And what they said, they saw a car coming anywhere between 60 to 80 kilometers per hour on the left-hand side. It clipped the car ever so slightly through the boom, and then through that gap and into the water.
So therefore, do we have any indications or explanations at all so far as to why this tragic incident happened?
Not yet. The roads were slightly slippery and icy during that evening. It was below freezing, but it's not clear if that was the main reason. There were, like I said, all the warning signals on the bridge were properly. There were cars that were stopped waiting for the bridge to come back down. Police have said that they believe they may have a clear picture of what happened. They have not come out with what that could be. There's been a lot of speculation. It was late at night. They were tired. We simply just don't know what caused this accident. We don't even know exactly who was driving at the time of the accident either.
So there would have been witnesses because there was a queue of vehicles, as you said, waiting to cross. So the witnesses who were there, what did they think they saw?
Well, they said Swedish radio spoke with the truck driver who was waiting there. He said basically that he was sitting there, and on the left-hand side, the car comes relatively high speed, clips a taxi that was stopped there as well, and then went through the boom, and then he saw the lights simply disappear. And he said he thought that they had made it over the bridge, and it wasn't until later when he heard news reports that he found out that they actually went through the gap while the bridge was coming back down.
And so far, what have the Swedish police been able to say?
Well, not much. They were on the scene relatively quickly. They've done a complete investigation at the site. They found the warning signals and signs, and the booms were working. They are looking into the car to see if there's anything wrong with it. There was a rental car used by the manager. They found two bodies within the vehicle. When that was in the canal, they found a third outside in the water. And it wasn't until about almost 24 hours later, I'm sorry, 12 hours later, that they found two remaining bodies when they learned that there were actually 5 people in the vehicle. But beyond that, they can't answer too much. There was no more later this week.
It's the most desperately sad story, isn't it? Obviously, our condolences go to the families of all the gentlemen involved and their friends and fans and everything else. What a horrible story. Thank you very much indeed to Frank Radozovic there in Stockholm. Let's go to Manchester now, to Michelle Adamson, a BBC Manchester reporter. Michelle, hello. Hello. So this morning you went to the club where Viola Beach began their career when they first started gigging.
Yes, right in the heart of Warrington Town Centre, a place called The Lounge, which is a live music venue and bar. And that's where they played their first gig back in July last year. This band only been formed for about a year now, but already they were making a name for themselves, been tipped for good things, for big things, played the Leeds and Reading Festival last year as well. Going back to that club there this morning, a very sombre feeling there because people had laid dozens of bunches of flowers, candles lit, balloons, and lots of messages of condolence and support for the families as well. Just a couple of the things that people have written there. One of them said, "To four of the kindest, nicest blokes I've been lucky enough to know, the world isn't the same without you." And another one simply says, "Together we would indeed have taken on the world." The flag at Warrington Town Hall is flying at half-mast today and will do for the rest of the week. And the Mayor of Warrington also paid tribute to Viola Beach, saying that he was deeply saddened and shocked by what had happened. He said Warrington lost a talented young band on the verge of something special as a group of young people with their whole lives ahead of them. And as a mark of respect, Warrington Borough Council are going to hold a period of reflection before the next council meeting. There's also a petition been started by a friend of the band Jack Lightfoot, who said that he wanted to help create a memorial that represented what the band loved doing and remember the music that they created as well. And already that's got 3,000 names on it to create that memorial, including the mayor's name on that as well. And also there's a crowdfunding agency to help pay for that as well. Just very deep sadness, also shock as well. Just spoke to one of a lady that was passing by the club this morning and just had come to see what people had laid there and said, and just simply said, this is such a tragic loss of some very young people. Really, really, really sad.
Terribly sad, and actually, very poignantly, there's a poster on the wall advertising Viola Beach's homecoming gig.
Indeed, yes. Just on the left-hand side of the wall, by the flowers, by the candles, is a poster for their gig on March the 12th, which was going to be their homecoming gig at the Pyramid in Warrington. That had sold out a couple of months ago, so it's going to be packed out. That poster was up there this morning.
Michelle, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're going to play you now Viola Beach's best known. It's called Swings and Water Slides, and fans are currently doing their best to get it to number 1 in the charts. At the moment, it's at number 7.
Feeling light to breeze, the sun it shines and all you see is wind trying to look at me. But can I use your light to please? You're not with me tonight and only you can make it right. You know that we could be, you know that we could be eyes wide, bright, like time flies, feels right. You know that it'd be nice, you know that we could be nighttime, sky high, eyes wide, we cry. But we know, and all I wanna know is, won't you come home? Won't you come home? Won't you come home? Won't you come home?
3WS.
Won't you come home? Won't you come home? Won't you come home? Won't you come home? 'Cause I need you home. I need you. Oh, you know I do. You summer all the time with you make me feel alright. All swings and water slides and submarine and pretty high. I'd like to watch the tide come in and then go out at night with you. You know that we could be, you know that we could be eyes wide, bright, like time flies, feels right. You know that it'd be nice, you know that we could be nighttime, sky high, eyes wide, we cry. But we know, and all I wanna know is, won't you come home? 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 'Cause I need you home. Yeah, I need you. Oh, you know I do. 'Cause I need you home. I need you. Oh, you know I do.
Viola Beach's Swings and Water Slides. And joining us on the programme, Dave Monks, the BBC introducing Merseyside presenter who was one of the first people to play their music. Hello, Dave.
Good afternoon, Vanessa.
Such a sad thing. It's terrible, isn't it?
Absolutely terrible, yeah. Sad news to hear this over the weekend, and playing that track there brings back memories of on this the first time on BBC Youth on Radio Merseyside supporting the band, and so much potential. This is the start of their journey musically, and their adventure about to begin. So much, about to happen this year for them. This news over the weekend, it is devastating.
Can you tell us a bit about them as characters and personalities and how they got together in the first place?
Well, it was all quite new, really, because then about a year ago we first started to play that particular track. They followed up with a couple of new tracks as well, which they've been working with producer Ian Grimwood, worked with the likes of Multiple Sons, and straight away you could see they had something with their early tracks. So it was all really new, it was quite fresh. It was, anthemic indie tracks, type of tracks that you could play on various radio stations, lots of fans when they played their gigs, and instantly I think they got that appeal for like Radio 1 and 6 Music, loved the tracks, Steve Lamacq and also Hugh Stevens, big supporters, so you could tell straight away they had something, and to hear this news on Sunday morning is so sad for the families and the band, and it's just it's devastating.
I mean, a mark of their very speedy success is that when they were coming back, had they been able to play that intended comeback return gig in Warrington, they would have had to play a bigger venue than the original one because they were selling so many tickets.
Absolutely, yeah. We had the band in session about 3 weeks ago now on the programme, and they were so excited about going back to the hometown of Warrington, a small place in Manchester. They're not a big musical history, but this band was starting to make way for themselves. They were selling off the local venue. They were looking forward to playing. They were about to go to South by Southwest, which we nominated them for to introduce them to play the festival there, and it was all happening for them so fast, and there was so really, so much to look forward to, and it was all coming together really well, and it's such a sad story to this to happen for them.
So thank you very much indeed. Let's talk to Ariane Salad, a close friend of the band who worked with them, in fact, at the Lounge, which is the club that we were hearing about just before, where they played their very first gig. Ariane, thanks for calling us, and good afternoon to you. What a sad day.
Yeah, it's a very sad day. Yeah, I still can't really believe it. It's very difficult being away from home. I'm actually in Hong Kong at the moment, so I'm not even there to give all my friends a hug.
I'm so sorry. I know that you were very close friends, particularly with Thomas and Kristen and Jack, and in fact used to work with them at the Lounge venue.
Yeah, as soon as I turned 18, I started working at the Lounge with Adam, Vicky and Tom and a few others, and Chris and Jack very shortly joined us, and yeah, the Lounge family is a very close-knit group of friends that we're going to miss them very much.
And can you tell us anything about them as personalities, as individuals?
They were just crazy. Like, they would make everybody laugh. Tom in particular just had the most bizarre sense of humour. And they just lit up the room, and the Lounge was just going to be, not even just the Lounge, Warrington is going to be a very sad place to visit without them.
And you were there, I believe, at their very first gig last summer. It's amazing how quickly they took off, isn't it? When they first played this gig and you were in the audience, what did you think about the chemistry that they had and the performance?
It was so nice to be able to see them as a band. I mean, I've known them as friends, and the way that they worked together as musicians was just so nice to see. And everyone was so surprised how quickly they became big, their careers just took off so quickly, and it's just such a shame.
It's a terrible shame. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us, and our condolences to you, of course, and all their family and all their friends too.
Susie MH repeater. Golf 3 Victor Juliet, my mobile, standing by. Oh dear, don't the times change, yes. That's going out and about on a bright morning. It says it's 6.7 degrees. Nice to shine, although there's quite a lot of cloud about. G3 BJM mobile. Hello John, G3 BJM mobile, just on my way back. And yes, I was just talking to Tyree. That it's only not going to be supported, it's still going to be available for download, but the real thing is going to disappear, but I never use them anyway, so no great worry. I really think, obviously the reason is this, it's all free, you don't make any money from it. Keep it going. So yeah, very, very sad. And the traffic lights have gone red at junction 10. Right, DJ mobile. I've never yet got to Harwell. We were, the club was thinking about taking a having. We never got round to doing it, so if I don't do tables, nobody else does. With Pat yesterday, Ben's away, so we had a walk round Newlands Court. That was pleasant enough, although it's cloudy all the time, I don't even hardly saw the sun at the end of that. No, with Picasso, I've just looked on it, and I've tried to go to the help pages, they don't seem to run. Doesn't seem to run either. Just doesn't run, and that's it. You get the basic stuff up in that version. Nothing official seems to have come through from Picasso, so it's. I hope you can understand this desktop business, because I mean it's not usable on phones and all that modern sort of stuff, because you don't store pictures on those. So they want you to go on the cloud and read the advertisement, and I suppose you've got to understand. It's a bit like Morse code, it still gets through, but nobody uses it much anymore. It's a shame, funny enough, I was just talking to a bloke about it earlier today, saying soldier on with it, 5 minutes. But it sounds as if they're keeping on taking the tablets, that's what it is. From the laptop and method of we've got used to over the last 20 to do something about it, I suppose. But maybe not. It might be saleable. I don't know. But, yeah, it does look a bit clunky.
We're talking about this terrible story about the
around.
Jamie, I was with these boys last year. They were sporting suits. They were lovely lads. And their manager was a really nice man. My friend
way out west
was with them just before he died. I spoke to him yesterday. He said the driver was sober. It was a real tragic
incident. I'm now parked up at the driveway.
It's Lauren Dakin. Lauren,
so it is sad, and you're quite right on all that. Yes, help. No more help, no more support, no more.
The Viola Beach drummer was so proud of Jack Dakin. I'm so sorry for doing
I gather
family. Oh my gosh. I don't know what you feel like you can say to us,
It
Lauren.
was amazing, or it is amazing, because it is so fast. And
express my gratitude that you
and as you say, things are all in the clouds accepting that in my house.
say Jack was my best friend. He was most.
I keep saying, connect to the cloud, upload all your pictures and
all the boys were gorgeous. They were lovely, lovely boys. They were so funny. They were so full of life. They were so happy. I know it's so hard, but the only consolation that I have right now is that they passed away doing what they loved, and I know for a fact they would have been so happy, and they would have just been on top of the world. So, if there was, it was obviously never a good time to go, and this is awful, but at least they were in such bliss.
And I suppose, Lauren, you could say that they had that wonderful consolation and sense of having broken through, that people truly loved their music, and they knew that they were coming back to a gig at a big venue, and they were acclaimed. People, it wasn't that they were struggling to break through so quickly. Their music had connected with so many people, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. We used to go watch him all the time when he was young, when they were first starting off, and they'd go all around like little different pubs and clubs, and me and my boyfriend would always go and watch him sport. And me and Jack lived our life together. Me and Jack were more than just brother and sister. He was the other half of me. And the thing with Jack was he was so loving. He was the most loving person, and every single person who knew him was touched by him, and he made so much time for everybody, even though he was in the band. And the same goes for all the other lads at all the time. It's just
Lauren, thank you so much for calling, and please take our good wishes home to your family and also to the families of all the other boys and of course their manager. And that there are all sorts of moves out there in Warrington to commemorate the boys and services of blessing and all that kind of thing.
And a petition going around to get them a memorial, which would be fantastic.
Thank you so much for talking to us. So much love to you.
Until my shit, you don't think.
Okay, right. Have your lunch?
Over me, when you're not there. I just crumble until my shit. I feel like my love. I feel like I die till I feel your touch. Only love, only love can hurt.
So far. The bus is called Quick
And what a courageous and heartfelt tribute to her brother, the drummer of Viola Beach, Jack Dakin, paid there by his sister, his utterly heartbroken sister Lauren. This is BBC Radio 2, online, on digital radio, on 88 to 91.
BBC News at 1 o'clock. This is Adam Wilson. 2 hospitals have been hit by airstrikes in Syria. Charity workers and patients are reported missing or killed. The courts heard a teenager's account of meeting a Premier League footballer who's accused of sex offences. And Swedish police are conducting tests to find out what might have led to the crash in which members of a British band died. 2 hospitals have been hit by airstrikes in northern Syria in separate attacks. Reports from the town of Azaz, near the border with Turkey, say a hospital and a school have been struck, and the medical charity MSF says a hospital where it works in Idlib has been hit. It says 7 people are confirmed dead and more are missing. Here's Johnny Diamond.
What was once a makeshift hospital, the only one serving 40,000 people in Syria's northern Idlib province, is now a wreck, reportedly hit 4 times in 2 separate attacks. 8 medical staff of the charity MSF are missing. In the northern city of Azaz, close to the Turkish border, another hospital has been hit. Unconfirmed reports from Azaz suggest 10 dead there, with dozens wounded, with additional strikes on a school and other targets. The Turkish Prime Minister has accused Russia of the Azaz missile attack. Ahmet Davutoglu has also threatened unspecified military action to prevent Azaz falling to the Kurds.
A teenage girl has described how she met the former Sunderland footballer Adam Johnson for a thank you kiss and more after he signed football shirts for her. A video recording of her police interview was shown at the England midfielder's trial at Bradford Crown Court. He denies 2 counts of sexual activity with the girl. Fiona Trott is following the case.
The jury watched closely as a police interview with the teenager was played in court. I was well up for it, the girl explained. It was a surreal type of thing. The court heard she first met up with Adam Johnson in January last year when she was 15 years old. She said the former Sunderland player signed 2 football shirts and asked about a thank you kiss. 28-year-old Adam Johnson has admitted 1 count of sexual activity with a child and a grooming offence. He denies 2 further counts of sexual activity, which the prosecution has described as more serious. The trial continues.
The former head of Russia's anti-doping agency has died 2 months after resigning amid allegations of state-sponsored cheating in athletics. The agency said Nikita Kamayev was thought to have suffered a heart attack. Police are trying to find the source of a laser beam which was shone at the cockpit of a passenger plane bound for New York, forcing it to return to Heathrow. The Virgin Atlantic flight turned around after the co-pilot was injured. Julian Bray, who's an aviation security expert, says such incidents are becoming more common.
That could have temporarily blinded him, could damage his retina, or just give him a very nasty headache. So it is very, very dangerous indeed. But unfortunately, there's a game that some so-called aircraft spotters play called laser tagging, where they try and shine their beam onto the fuselage of the aircraft.
Search and rescue teams are helping police look for a junior doctor from Devon who's been missing since Friday evening. Rose Polger's car was found parked close to Anstey's Cove near Torquay. An investigation is underway into the accident that killed the British indie band Viola Beach and their manager in Sweden on Saturday. Chris Leonard, River Reid, Thomas Lowe and Jack Dakin and their manager Craig Tarry were killed when their car plunged more than 80 feet from a bridge into a canal. Anna Holliker sent this report from the scene in Södertälje, southwest of Stockholm.
The police are pursuing 4 main lines of inquiry. They're checking the weather conditions. Were the roads icy that night? The bridge had the middle section that had been raised to allow a ship to sail underneath. The investigation is looking at whether the safety barriers and warning lights were functioning. Viola Beach's hire car has been recovered from the canal, and today the investigators are conducting a technical examination. And as far as the passengers and driver are concerned, they're expecting the results of toxicology reports later this week.
Aldi is to open 80 new supermarkets across the UK this year, creating 5,000 jobs. It currently employs about 28,000 people in more than 600 stores. In the city a short time ago, the FT100 index was up 132 at 5,840. And the weather forecast, wintry showers in the north and east will ease during the day. There'll be some sunshine, particularly in the west. A widespread hard frost is expected tonight. Today's top temperatures, 7 Celsius in London and Cardiff, 6 in Belfast and 3 in Edinburgh. BBC News, it's 1:05.
Thanks, Adam. Welcome back. Vanessa Phelps sitting in for Jeremy Vine. In a moment, a fainting special with Dr. Sarah Jarvis. That's after sisters are doing it for themselves.
An hour because it's pedestrians in the road. Not for long. 50 miles an hour they're not. I haven't seen any pedestrians yet. Still 50 miles an hour though. I'm still saying pedestrians in the road. Well, with a bit of luck, I'll be loaded again for tomorrow. Well, as of on Friday, I only had one drop in London on Tuesday. You never know though, they could have added to it. I'll ring them up in a bit and tell them to get it all outside ready for me. I know it's all made. So something that another driver brought back. Still 50 mile an hour though. And it's still saying pedestrians in the road. Ugh.
So it was instant that I knew something here is not right. Something drastic has happened.
Drastic is the word, because from that moment you had to acknowledge and respond to the fact that you literally were incapable.
Yeah, I mean, at
standing.
first, obviously, I was getting carried around, and it's just the most peculiar feeling. And I, even though it's obviously 4 years on now, I can feel that moment. That was the most oddest moment, and it's, you know, with the type of fainting that I do, I'm very, afterwards, I'm not with it. I'm in this odd sense of drifting in and out. It's very peculiar. Having no control of your body is also very, very frightening.
And also such a strange kind of syndrome whereby you obviously can't be a nurse because you can't stand up.
No, that's it. Absolutely. And just to be honest with you, just like my life completely changed because of, you know, the type of person I was. Always going to the gym and always dancing, going out with my friends, like all of that stuff, you know, all of a sudden was just, oh, that's not going to be happening now. It's so very strange.
And it's called POTS, that's what it's referred to. Let's bring in Dr. Sarah Jarvis. I mean, you know, to people who've never heard of it, it's absolutely shocking. It's so miserable, and it's a horrible condition to have to live with. And one of the big problems with it is that because, unless you're looking for it, you don't find anything on examination. Young women, and it does tend to be young women, aged between sort of 13 to 50, which is still young in my book.
Yeah.
Men do get it, but not nearly as often, are often misdiagnosed, and it often takes a long, long time for anything to be found. And that's really scary, apart from the fact that, you know, your life is completely revolving around the fact you can't stand up. It's also very scary because you're not sure what's going on. Goodness me, but it's not as if you can ignore it. It's not the sort of thing that you soldier on,
No,
is it?
absolutely. I mean, I was, when I was like first in hospital, because obviously they couldn't discharge me because, you know, I got out of bed and passed out. So they ended up just printing me off a Wikipedia page on POTS and then sent me on my merry way, and that was it for a whole year until I actually saw a specialist in Queen Square in London who, you know, neurology experts, and said that this is what you got after I had the
Yeah, look like that. The left-hand tunnel's just been shut again. Let all the dangerous vehicles through, all the fuel tankers. And then that barrier won't reopen until they're out of the tunnel on the other side. Otherwise, this one in front's only doing 35 mile an hour.
To go so far against gravity in order to get to your brain. When you stand up, it's got to get all the way down to the bottom, all the way up, all against gravity. So what happens in POTS is that those normal changes that happen don't. And the blood pressure will usually stay the same, it's normal drop. That's because it's such a orthostatic. You can increases in rate very, very rapidly. So basically, you're not getting blood into your brain. And there's no way of treating it because Chelsea still can't stand up. No, well, of course, the big problem is that because this is only fairly recently diagnosed, because we haven't known that much about it for many years, there aren't any drugs which have been licensed just for this. And there are some lifestyle things that you can do. I'm sure Chelsea's had all the usual advice about using small amounts often, eating salt. Normally we tell people to avoid salt, but actually in pots it can make things better. Taking notice of early warning symptoms, regulating your temperature. Bizarrely, we know that getting fit can greatly improve the symptoms of POTS. But you try telling somebody who faints every time they stand up that they need to get fit. Well, exactly. Really difficult. And Chelsea, these were kids going swimming, going in an aeroplane. How did you find out that they were going to?
It was, to be honest, it's all down to chance. I mean, I got told that swimming, like you said, was a good, it's good exercise because obviously once you're in the water, you are this sort of, limitless in terms of, your life and you can just not pass out essentially, and that's why I was doing it. I literally just went into a family pool and I could stand up within the water, and we thought that was a big deal, to be honest. Yeah. That was the first time I'd ever stood up, in front of my boyfriend. It was the first time anyone had ever seen me stand for a year and a half. And then I got out and I could stand up. The rest of that night I was walking around.
Welcome back to Fabulous.
I'm actually using the toilet, and I always go straight from the toilet, sort of kneeling to wash my hands or to sit on my chair or whatever. And I just stood, and I come out of obviously went into the cubicle in my toilet and come out pushing the wheelchair. So
that's amazing.
It's just completely odd, obviously.
Absolutely bizarre and strange. My goodness. But you have a career now as a model, don't you? Partly as a result of this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a disability campaigner for Models of Diversity, and we just call for more disabled people really to be media and in fashion. You just don't see it. We've got a petition at the moment, and we really need people to sign it because we must get this discussed in government. They need to just regulate it. The employment law's there, just, actually use it. Like the fashion industry.
It's astounding to meet you and to hear this
Thank
story.
you so much for having me.
So many people will have never heard of POTS in their lives and will just be in awe of your vitality and vivacity in the face of it. I mean, it's amazing. Now, Dr. Sarah Jarvis is going to stay with us and she will be answering your questions on fainting. Are you a regular fainter? Maybe you suffer from POTS, maybe something less debilitating, but maybe you faint all the time. 0500 288 291.
You can't live without you. You have a clue. 'Cause it's really not high. And around the distance there's a light. You can't stand up. 'Cause your body's a little bubble on the ground. Oh, everyone has a wall to climb, but we don't really have the time to give a hoot how about it. In your life is a Russian doll. You were given when you were small. You have a clue. 'Cause it's really and around the distance there's light. We can't stand on. Because you're burning above the ground.
Showers and 3 miles high. Jane says, I'll be very interested in hearing what Dr. Jarvis has to say regarding POTS. I have autonomic dysfunction, although I understand the condition is not curable. There are treatments which can really help people's quality of life. What is vital is getting a true diagnosis. Unfortunately, when patients first present with fainting and other strange symptoms, they're told it's psychological. And it often takes many years and many appointments before a true diagnosis is found.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is all too true, but it's largely because, of course, in the past we didn't really know about it. So I would very strongly recommend that if you are getting this really repeatedly, you think about pushing for a referral. You need to get things like an ECG, a tracing of your heart, an echocardiogram, which is a kind of scan in your heart. Ideally, an active stand test and a tilt test. Now, a tilt test is very, very peculiar. It's basically where they strap you to the machine and rotate you up and down, but it's really important because one of the key features of POTS is that within 10 minutes of being pushed upwards and going from lying to standing, your heart rate.
On the M25, there's a lane closed anti-clockwise just before junction 26 of Waltham Abbey. It's all because a lorry's caught fire. There are queues on the sensors from junction 28 at the Brook Street roundabout. In Bluebell Hill on the A229, a lane's closed northbound near Chatham Road. That's for barrier repairs after an accident yesterday. It is looking a little busy on the sensors. And in Broadstairs on Ramsgate Road, that is slow northbound between the Buswood roundabout and the Victoria traffic lights in Margate. I'm Charlotte Freeman, and there's more in 20 minutes.
On 96.7 FM in Sevenoaks, Minster and Chatham, and 104.2 FM in the East.
This is BBC Radio Kent.
Cardiologists who deal with heart problems, because some of them will deal with faints in particular, because some causes of faints can be to do with blood pressure or could be to do with abnormal heart rhythms. So they have used some drugs which aren't licensed, and they would be things like Aberdeen, which slows your heart rate down. All it does is slow your heart rate down. Fluorocortisone, which is something we give to people who've got autonomic dysfunction, whose blood pressure drops, goes through the floor when they stand up. Desmopressin, which bizarrely is something that's usually used for bedwetting. It can be effective here, and antidepressants, because they do have an effect on their autonomic nervous system. They're really important. If you have got POTS and you're offered it, it's not because they think it's all in your mind and you're just depressed. You need to bear in mind that lots of conditions that affect the central nervous system, like epilepsy, other drugs will be used for it. So drugs that started off being used for epilepsy and now used for other things like morphine.
Let's go to Emma. Emma's on the line in Chelmsford. Hello, Emma. You suffer from POTS yourself.
Yes, I do. I was diagnosed about 2 years ago.
And how is your life? Is it similar to Chelsea's?
No, it's not half as bad as that. I'm still mobile and walking, but I just have to, as you say, watch out for the signs to make sure that I can walk flat rather rapidly.
That can be really important, can't it? I mean, it really gets in the way of your normal life.
It does. I have 9-year-old twin boys, so trying to juggle that, it's been dressed in more stress can make it work as well. So trying to help them get them ready for school. So while they're having their breakfast, I have to have a quick lay down so then I'm ready for the next part of the day.
And what about driving them? Because, of course, any health condition that affects your ability to drive, including dizziness, fainting, rapid heartbeat, palpitations, you do need to inform the DVLA. Are you able to avoid doing that while you've got any symptoms?
I don't drive with symptoms. I was involved in a car crash many years ago, so I'm hot on car safety.
But you've informed the DVLA, have you?
Yes. It's around the corner, and that's as much as I do. I can't sometimes any longer drive because obviously, even if you're sitting, you can still pass out because your blood doesn't come back up. I have an underlying condition of Ehlers-Danlos.
That's an interesting
issue.
It is, and interestingly, that's actually that makes your joints hypermobile, so it's sometimes known as joint hypermobility syndrome. And actually, that's one of the conditions that goes hand in hand. There's another one called Sjögren's syndrome, antiphospholipid syndrome, sometimes multiple sclerosis, and diabetes. Some of these conditions can go hand in hand with POTS.
Yes, I was lucky that I had that. Well, not lucky, but it was diagnosed many years ago. So when I did start having these funny turns, they looked at was POTS, so I didn't have to go too far.
Good.
Emma, thank you. Let's bring in Stan. Now, Stan's on the line in Doncaster. He's really been through it. Stan, hello, afternoon. Oh, so this all happened with really as a result of chemotherapy?
Well, I had, perhaps Dr. Sarah could explain, I had 3 bouts of chemotherapy, but I had 35 daily sessions. I had to go every day to Western Park Hospital at Sheffield for radiotherapy. Yeah. And nobody's really explained it to me, because I didn't have it before. And I've got it now. If I get up too quickly, as I'm talking to you, I would back out. And someone suggested it may be a slight narrowing of the veins, the arteries to me, from my throat, neck up to my brain, and the blood's not getting there quick enough.
I think it may well be. Where do you have the radiotherapist then?
At Western Park.
So which bit of your body, I apologise.
On my throat.
Yeah, on your throat. So I think this may well have affected the blood vessels which go down and back. It doesn't sound as if you've got POTS necessarily, although you do need to get checked out for what it might be. But it's probably more likely to be possibly something like orthostatic hypertension, which is where when you stand up, your blood pressure goes, or possibly there may be an abnormal heart rhythm going on here. But you certainly do need to get the blood vessels and the blood flow in the arteries, because your carotid arteries will take blood up to your brain, and it may well be that's why, for instance, if you massage both someone's carotid arteries, you can put them out in sinus rhythm if they've got an abnormal heart rate, but you can also make people faint.
Yeah, even on the morning when I first get up out of bed, I don't get straight up, because I know it's going to happen. So I get up and I sit up and I just wait on the edge of the bed for maybe 30 seconds, and I slowly get up and I've got my hand on the wall.
Yeah. As well, getting your arteries checked out, having a chat with your oncologist when you go back, but delighted that it's on the mend.
Best wishes to you, Stan. Thank you for calling. This is from Joanne. She says, as a lifelong fainter, I finally went for tests. After 2 long-haul night flights rendered me fainting and vomiting for 6 hours. Both times this happened after I'd been to sleep and my blood pressure became very low. I fainted, she says, due to heat, not enough food, too much rich food, in crowded situations, and when I have a sickness bug, it always happens. In most cases, I'd advise that the legs be raised while lying on the floor and plenty of cool, fresh air. Sugary tea and a bland biscuit can help bring someone round.
So they will certainly help, very much so, with the common faint. Unfortunately, it's a little bit more challenging with POTS. In fact, it's a lot more challenging with POTS because it's happening so much of the time, but the same principle applies. So it is worth avoiding alcohol, very importantly. It is worth keeping the fluid intake up. It may be worth considering wearing support stockings which get the blood back to the heart, which means they're closer to your brain, and certainly anxiety can definitely make it worse because that gets the adrenaline going.
Let me just read you this from Patsy, who says, I always used to faint when there was incense used at Mass. When I was at convent school and we went to the chapel on Fridays, one of the nuns always used to shout, right girls, fainters at the back. And she'd keep a beady eye on us to see who went pale and green first. And we were ushered out to shove our heads between our knees.
I have absolutely no idea. I've had lots and lots of medical students who've rations, but I have to say I don't think there was meant much incense there.
Thank you for calling.
You are on hold. We will be back with you soon.
Thanks very much. BBC Radio London Travel. Here's the latest and updating about the M25 in Essex. Following the lorry fire early on the anti-clockwise stretch, which happened just before junction 26, the Waltham Abbey turn, 3 lanes are now closed again. That's in order to recover the lorry. So it's just the outside lane which is open near junction 26. This is going to be adding to the delays already there. We've had queues back to junction 28, the Brook Street roundabout, so do expect this queue to extend back. Still slow for the M25 anti-clockwise between 19 at Watford and 15 at the M4. And Kidbrooke, the A2. Now that has reopened Kent bound just before the Kidbrooke interchange following the car fire. The queues remain back to the Woolwich Road flyover for the A102 currently, but hopefully that should be improving shortly. Perivale, we've still got delays on the A40 coming into town. That's following an accident which happened between Hoover Building and Hanger Lane involving several vehicles. The inside lane is still blocked and the delays are to the Target roundabout to the A312. Now to Camford, the A205 Camford Road is partly blocked both ways at Ravensbourne.
Violence indoor operations. It started when my last tooth came out at age 12 and has continued throughout my life. There's something to do with blood or operations is happening. Strangely, my 8-year-old son also suffers with the same thing. When he has no speed or sees an operation on TV, he faints.
Well, we get that, of course, when patients come in, and we have certain patients we know are going to faint when they have a blood test taken, so we have to take their blood lying down.
Oh, this is from Kit, who says, I've just been diagnosed with POTS. It's severely affected and changed my life. I'm very happy that you're covering this. Patricia in Southampton, ever since I passed out ever and sick, I've never had an explanation for this. It no longer bothers me, but I'd love to know why.
Interestingly, while you're being sick, it's very, very common, or while you've got diarrhea. Now, that may be more to do with lack of blood pressure, your blood pressure suddenly dropping, or adrenaline.
This is Faye. My best friend was diagnosed with POTS a year ago. She struggled with fainting for a few years now. It's especially scary, as she commutes in central London and has fainted on train platforms, pavements, by busy roads. Someone even mugged her and stole her wallet after a faint once. Thankfully, she's feeling better more recently, but it must be so scary. You were telling me sometimes people do get better.
Oh, some people at Cardiff Arms Park when I was 18 years old. Michael was just finishing the show, and he looked at me and waved.
That was it. I was gone. I fainted, and security had to pull me over the barriers. Dr. Jarvis, thank you so much. Lovely to see you. Thanks for coming in. And Bobby's here. Hi, Bobby.
Hi, Vanessa.
And she joins us with the travel.
Thank you. First of all, to Stirling to the Dukes Pass. The A821, now it's still closed with the snow between Aberfoyle and the A84. The M62, now westbound, it's still closed with this incident between junction 7 and 6. So Rainhill Stoops to the M57 Talbot Island. It's going to be closed for some time, they're saying. Also, the westbound entry slip road at junction 8 for Buttonwood Road is also closed. That's so you can't join the closed bit of the motorway. The M18 northbound, there's a vehicle fire between 6 and 7 up from Thorn towards Langham, the M62. They've cleared all the lanes now. The M6 northbound, there's another accident between Sandbach Services and 17 for the Sandbach turnoff. Now, there was an accident just south of that before 16, so a lot of that congestion is moving up behind lane closure, so it's very heavy. Also on the M6 southbound, junction 10 for Walsall, there's a broken down vehicle. 2 lanes are closed to deal with that. M42 northbound, there's a broken down vehicle from the M5 at junction 4A onto the M42, that's the link road. And the M25, now the latest anti-clockwise before junction 6 Waltham Abbey is where we've got that lorry fire. 1 lane was only closed, but they've now closed 2 more to deal with recovery. So anti-clockwise, the queues approaching junction 26 are back from 28, but there are now 3 lanes closed. There's only 1 lane, so that means that the queues are going to build beyond junction 28. A2 eastbound, so if you're heading towards the M25 at Kidbrooke, it was blocked completely with a vehicle fire. Now they are trying to get a lane open, but you've still got heavy traffic. And the A27, the Chichester bypass, eastbound blocked. There's an accident. It's near the A259, which is the Fishbourne roundabout. The queues are back for 3 miles, almost back to the Emsworth bypass. And then finally, A31 westbound at Wimborne Minster, blocked completely. There's an accident at Canford Bottom, or between the roundabout and the A341, which is the Merley roundabout. And I will be back to Steve later.
And Bobby, thanks very much indeed.
In the morning, my friends already calling, ready for the party. They're just getting started. Wouldn't miss it for a moment. My heart's already stolen. Heard it's gonna be there. To miss it wouldn't be fair. No, 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 no. Getting on, not turning.
She thinks she minutes when she can. I'm telling you that a message plan. I'm gonna get you up. Make you my man. Driving down the highway, where a Johnny Hathaway, yeah, yeah, playing on the airwaves, as we're making our way, we pull up to a red light, getting nearer for the last time. But the next time I know nothing just fine, and I feel alright, and I know I'm gonna find it tonight, yeah, baby, yeah, tell me what you're man. She gets me in there when she can. I'm telling you that a message plan. I'm gonna get you up, make you my man. Everybody with all my girls behind me, yeah. Suddenly it's all here. My heart is starting jumping, jumping.
Hey.
Alright, mate, I'll be back by 2:30.
Yeah, alright, that's about after.
Yeah, okay. It's only that stuff. It's already made, the exit. Something,
Yeah, it's already made, yeah.
That's cool,
So
mate.
you've got to do it by 9 o'clock, I think.
Okay. Alright, mate, I'll see you in a bit. Cheers.
Hold on, let me just check. Delivery at 9 a.m.
Oh, I'll be there before that. They're about to do me breakfast then, wouldn't they? Cheers, mate.
Alright, mate, see you
Cheers.
soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Secular academic Professor Richard Dawkins has suffered a stroke and he's now recovering at home in Oxford, but his misfortune prompted the Church of England to write a message on Twitter, saying simply, prayers for Professor Dawkins and his family. It has caused quite a reaction, with many people tweeting that the sentiment came across as sarcastic or even mocking. Some have gone so far as to accuse the Church of England of trolling. Professor Dawkins is probably best known for his book, The God Delusion, which aims to disprove the existence of God. He is, of course, unlikely to believe that prayers will speed his recovery. So, is it insulting for a religious person to offer prayers for someone who doesn't believe in God? Or is praying for an atheist actually a perfect example of what it truly means to be Christian? Joining me on the line is Professor Susan Blackmore. She's an atheist. Professor, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. You see, lots of people will say, well, what an eminently Christian and charming thing for the Church of England to do, knowing that Professor Richard Dawkins is their greatest adversary in this country. They nevertheless say, yes, we're praying for him in his hour of need when he's had a stroke.
That's exactly how I reacted. When I heard it, I thought, yeah, that's what, my mum was a Christian, and she was saying, be a Christian, and to me that kind of meant you care about everybody. Jesus was famous, after all, for befriending prostitutes and outcasts of various kinds, and do nice things you do for others, do as well. So I took it that way. I was a bit shocked when all these horrible comments came, but hey, we're used to that in this world, aren't we?
So you are an atheist, and you're an avowed atheist at that.
Yes.
Yet, if I were to offer to pray for you, or the Church of England, or indeed the synagogue, or the local mosque, or anything else were to offer to pray for you, you wouldn't be offended or insulted by it.
I wouldn't be offended or insulted, but I sometimes wouldn't let it go meekly by. I mean, we're talking here about a tweet, but for example, I can remember, many times taxi drivers will say, meaning to be kind, oh, God be with you, or Godspeed you, or something like that. And I'll say, no, there's no such thing, please, don't. And it's one of those tricky things. I really like to engage people in an argument. If they start saying they're going to pray for me, I say, please don't bother, it's a waste of your time, But other times it's inappropriate. It's one of those tricky things.
So why would you mind? I mean, if you don't believe in God, why would you mind somebody who does appealing to God or praying to God on your behalf? Why would it in any way annoy you or upset you or lead you to have an argument with them?
It doesn't, it's very difficult. It doesn't annoy me or upset me per se, unless they do it in a horrid way, which I'm sure the Church of England didn't in this case. It's more that I feel very strongly that religions, on the whole, they do some good, but on the whole, they do masses and masses of harm. They set people against each other. They cause people to believe things that simply aren't true. They cause people, for example, not to accept that we humans evolved like every other species on the planet, and there's no one going to help us out of all the problems we're causing of deforestation and killing other species and climate change.
I know, but you're expanding very, very dramatically on the question, which is when somebody offers to pray for you, when they say, God bless you, or I'll remember you in my prayers, or, I hope the Almighty makes you better to recover from this illness, you don't just say thank you and move on. You say, now hang on a minute, and you start to explain to them why you don't believe in God.
Yeah, and as I said, it's tricky, and I hope that I've got some sensitivity that I pick appropriate moments. But I mean, the Jehovah's Witnesses come round. I am not going to just accept that. I will invite them in, make them a cup of whatever drink they're allowed to drink, and sometimes I'll give them a copy of The Selfish Gene, which is Dawkins' most famous book back from 1976, which explains the wonderful idea that Darwin realised how when a lot of things are produced and most of them die and only a few pass on their genes to the next generation, that design just comes about automatically. If I can ever get that wondrous understanding over to a religious person and see the look on their face when they go, oh, I see, and realise that there's no need for any God to design the world, that is something I feel is some use to people, to free them from being trapped in these false beliefs.
Professor
That's why I do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for explaining. Thank you very much for talking to us. Let's go now to the Reverend Aaron, Director of Communications for the Church of England, and he is the person who tweeted prayers for Professor Dawkins and his family. Reverend, are you surprised by the controversy that's resulted from that tweet?
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It has been surprising. It has. We tweet prayers all the time. We tweet prayers over the past just a few weeks. We've tweeted prayers for people caught up in the floods in the north of the country, prayers for Paris. We even put out tweets about prayers marking the Queen's 90th birthday later this year. We put out prayers, with a few of them, if any.
And if you look very closely, you might just see him at play. I'd like to start hopping around in little circles. That'd be nice. Anti-clockwise M25, lorry on fire earlier, just being recovered now. 3 lanes are closed because of that just before Waltham Abbey at junction 26. And so a lorry carrying a digger caught fire in a lay-by there earlier. So recovery underway. That's causing queues now as you head just before junction 26 at Waltham Abbey. Back as far as the M11, I'd say, anti-clockwise. Bit of a queue clockwise towards junction 30 on the M25 at the A13. Of course, the roadworks there make it busy, especially London bound, and also extra heavy traffic on Arterial Road at West Thurrock as a result of that as well. Seems to have eased up a bit around at Harlow, but at the Harlow Mill roundabout A414 still quite slow, and on the way into Colchester, the Avenue of Remembrance is very busy now in from the A12. All okay though on the county's trains this afternoon. Mary Lewis, next update in 30 minutes.
Done that, and that is why some people are saying, that there's something a bit sarcastic about saying, prayers for Professor Dawkins and his family. There's something a little bit mischievous, maybe, or something even malicious in saying, you've had a stroke and we're praying for you, when you know that prayer is not his organ of choice.
Well, Vanessa, let's nail right here and now any sense that it was mischievous, malicious, sarcastic, or any of that. I think prayer is the most, as Christians, we can do. Poets write poetry, musicians play music, Christians pray. It's what we do. Offering prayer is the very best that we can do. And part of our duty as Christians is not just to pray for our friends, for our family, for those we love, but for all kinds of people, for saints, for sinners, for criminals, for governments, for monarchs, for refugees, for people who we have issues with, and even people who have issues with us. And our call is to wish them well.
And what would you say? Reverend, to the people who say, yes, absolutely, praying is what you do, and you're quite right, and you can pray and should pray for all and sundry, both saints and sinners. But, and here's the but, you don't need to tweet about it. Praying is one thing. Tweeting about it takes it to a different dimension.
Well, it's really interesting, social media and prayer. Last Wednesday, for instance, we launched the second part of a series on our website called justpray.uk, which is about people who struggle with prayer. It's a series of short 5 videos about people who struggle with alcoholism, homelessness, drugs. And one of those on there, the first story is from Emma. And her story, she says in that is having faith is really hard. It's not easy to pray when you think no one's listening. It's not easy to wake up knowing you're going to go through the same stuff every single day. Prayer's hard.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of it is recognising that prayer is something for Christians that's the warp and weft of what we do, and that our call is to love all and to pray for all.
Still doesn't answer the question about, yes, pray for all, please do, of course do, but why tweet it?
Well, I think in that situation, there was a story of someone who was unwell, and our tweet was to say we wish them well, and we wish them a recovery. And the best that we can do as Christians is not just simply to wish them well, but to pray for them.
Reverend, thank you so much. Thanks for talking to us.
TV tonight, ticket stubs, cinema lights, catching the bus, waiting underneath street lights. The sky was gold, the moon was low, we were high, summer goodbye to something about the two of us. Maybe it was over time, till our stars aligned.
Alright, how are you today?
I'm on a night out. I'm now on my way to Stratford on Avon.
Oh, so you got away early, did you?
Yeah, I was loaded when I come in. The lorry was in the backyard.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah, but first delivery, got there, threw a bloody interior designer. Thought I was going to take them all upstairs and put them in the bedrooms.
Just say to him, yeah, they'll be sending someone along later to do that.
No, he turned around and he said, I didn't think of it actually. He said to me, disgusting, you can take a lot back. I said, well, I'll phone my firm. I said, because if it's got to go, if I've got something in the room, we'd have agency staff.
Yeah.
Don't care, he said, I'm not having them. I said, okay, so I phoned up. And he said, oh, we're delivering for a third party, an interior designer.
Yeah. Don't take them?
Apologies, I'm very sorry, what was the place opening on Thursday, it's still up in the air, all this crap. I'm sorry, he said, but I've got no one to give you a hand to unload. So, I know it was a bloody heavy basic, green king type. I dumped them in 2 rooms. I had 31 pieces in total.
Bloody hell.
I phoned Doug up and I said around 6. I've had a hell of a job to get them into the rooms, which I did have. One room had patio doors, but they were very low.
Yeah.
So I had to angle a 4x6 mattress to get it through the door.
Bloody hell. Was it all ground floor though, was it?
Oh yeah, it was ground floor.
Yeah.
But I couldn't get out. I couldn't get anywhere near to unload them.
Yeah.
Like versus a lorry, because there's a load of wires going from one building to, and they're dangling.
Yeah. So are they going to pay you to unload them, are they?
Well, I said to Doug, I want £10 at least. And he said, yeah, book that. And if I can afford any more, I'll pay it to you. I thought it's worth bloody £10 of anyone's money.
Yeah. These things should be sorted. That's bloody... That's interior designers trying to, put a quick one.
Yeah, again, what Dad said as well, they expect us to do it. He said, no, they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay for it, but they expect us to do it.
So the place you went, that was the customer's house?
No, it was a pub.
Oh, yeah. That was, yeah.
It was a pub, and they had what used to be old barns at the back of the pub. They've converted it, made it into like a hotel.
Yeah.
Like bedrooms, that's what the beds were for.
Did you use your trolley?
I couldn't, it was all shingle.
Oh, fucking hell.
What I did, with the 3-foot bases, I cartwheeled the bloody things. I got them off the lorry, and there's a concrete path.
Yeah.
And when I say cartwheel, I walked from corner to corner, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it wasn't trying to use the trolley because it's all this bloody heavy beast.
Yeah, you're knackered on that.
Yeah, so I thought, bloody typical, innit?
Yeah.
Other than that, I've just gone into the school, Baskerville School in Birmingham, to exchange one mat because I phoned up straight away, answered phone.
Yeah.
So I left a message. I got there, the school's bloody closed, isn't it? Half term.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, half term. Blimey.
So I phoned the office, told them.
So when it's booked in, does it say booked in or not, phone?
Yeah, booked by voicemail.
Freaking idiots. Now,
On the right
surely the people in there have worked out it's bloody school half term.
Well, you thought so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Tanya, when I phoned up, I said to him, I've just got to the school and it's closed, they're on half term. She said, oh, well, that's a good point, brings back.
Yeah. It don't bother them, does it?
No.
It's no hassle to them. Bloody hell.
No. I mean, if it's been bloody Karen, hang on, I better phone Doug.
Yeah.
Things like that. Anyway, where are you?
A12. I done alright. I got to Birkin, son, early, about 6:30. I set my alarm for 8:30 when I got up there, already in there. I done my next delivery, which was in Croydon. But then my one after that was an hotel with a disposal between 12 and 1. And I had 3 deliveries, so I turned the rest of me run back to front.
Yeah.
And I was still at that hotel, which would have been my third one, which was then my last one. I got there at, what was it now? 11, just after 11:30.
Yeah.
And I was due there to work between 12 and 1. They had all the mattresses outside for me. You know that one on the river at Richmond, right on the bridge?
Oh, yeah, I've done that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mitre. It's a Mitre hotel.
But they left the gap so I was back between the cars and they had all the mattresses out.
Yeah, basically the same thing. I got there early, I said, well, I'll start moving about. They said, no, we do it now. They already had everything out the rooms when I got there.
Yeah.
Brilliant. If they're all like that, it'd be alright.
The only thing was, they buggered off and left me, I had a lot of 5-foot mattresses.
Yeah.
Buggered off and let me put them all on the lorry on my own.
Yeah. But they're all covered in feathers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had feathers. I said, looks like I look like I'd worked in a chicken factory, covered in bloody feathers. She said, yeah, we got toppers on everything. Bloody hell.
Yeah, but bloody lot was in bloody covered in feathers, Matt. They collapsed so much, the mattresses, I was knackered by the time I pulled them on the lorry.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't really grip them to pick them up.
Yeah, they're only thin rubbish ones, didn't they?
Yeah, they're the old bloody Hotel Defiant type. I had a couple of ceiling mattresses.
The the old early diplomats.
Yeah.
Very early.
And
they've had them a
when
few years.
Yeah, because the Sealy ones I picked up from there, I'm tree, they felt in bloody good condition apart from the fact they were stained. They were the only ones I could actually drag on the lorry. The ones, anything.
The ones I pick up, some still had that horsehair, you know, the brown stuff in them.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is. Is that horsehair? I don't know what it is. But, you know, when you see that, then you know they're bloody old.
Oh, yeah.
That's right, don't matter. So, and all I've got tomorrow is one drop London with a disposal on it that Magic couldn't do last week. So that's already made. So I've already rung them and said get it all out ready for me. So that's it was made last week. So it's taken out and brought back again.
Well, I'm on my way to Stratford. It's 3 single beds. I phoned her up and it said no deliveries after 3 o'clock. I said I'll be there at 2:30. Yeah. Oh, that's fine. It's a bloody death pan. And then I've got Mal and Son at Pantry to collect an electric bed mattress. Yeah. Then I've got hotels in Northampton, which I've done it. It's not in Northampton, it's outside of Northampton. It's 2 4th and 6 bases, and it's a disposal of 4th and 6 bases. Yeah. And then I've got, is it Beds for Us or whatever it is, on that industrial estate?
Oh, yeah, I've been there for years, but yeah, that's the place. Yeah. Well, Wellingborough way.
Yeah, on the delivery note, it says 2-man handle. Like it's a 5-foot ottoman, and the drawer down base, and at the bottom it says 2-man handling.
Well, it's got drawers in the ottoman.
Yeah. I've not had that before.
I've seen the electric with drawers in it by an absolute ton.
Hang on, I'm trying to find the note. This first bed, and it says 2-man delivery, sorry.
Yeah, but any ottoman should really say 2-man delivery, shouldn't they, really?
Yeah.
But as a matter of fact, probably about 40% of our stuff now should say that.
Yeah, if they're saying 2-man delivery, well, where's the second man?
Yeah. When you get there, there'll be someone there. Is that place with a concrete plinth outside the loading bay?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. I've been there for years.
Yeah, I went there just before Christmas.
Steve was there the other week.
The young boy come out and I said to him, do you want to hand me that because I have to park in the boat? Yeah. I said, no, I'll carry him in all right. I said, good luck. I've got him on the southboard and he lifted them. Carry him in.
Yes, that's why me and you got knackered backs, because we used to do the same.
Yeah.
Freaking knackered.
Well, you know, if you want to show off in front of your mate, go ahead.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd be points then, you know, I'll just stay on the lorry in the hand.
Yeah.
Because that best price bed is that shop at Houston, at Houston, what we do as well. We go on the industrial estate.
Houston?
I don't know if you've ever done it, just phone them up half an hour before.
Whereabouts is that? What area?
That's in Norfolk.
Oh, yes. Is that the place that had the big fire next door?
That's it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, on that industrial estate, wasn't there a place building the biggest train set in the world? Or was it the biggest? Or was it the biggest scale electric set? I can't remember. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
See, when I do Devon and Cornwall, there's a place I go to which is deliveries for them. Where is it they used to bring in the dead bodies from the army? Wooden Bassett.
Oh, Bryce Norton.
No, Wooden Bassett. Wooden Bassett.
Norton Bassett. Royal Wood Factory.
Yeah, there's an industrial estate there I go to, and I deliver quite a bit there for them, although I haven't done any recently.
Yeah, I've been there. You drive on the industrial estate, and the number what they give you isn't the number of the warehouse, is it?
It's the one opposite. But that's for them, isn't it?
Yeah, that's them as well, yeah.
Yeah, because when you go there, like the first time I went there, I was looking for best beds. It says on it, best beds. And the industrial unit originally was opposite. The one, not 2 doors down, it was about 3 doors down and opposite the other side of the road. And I saw a load of furniture and beds, went in there and said, "Is this you?" He said, "Yeah."
Yeah, because I done exactly the same. I went there, and I'm looking, then I just had to see a load of mattresses across the road.
Yeah, it's a bubble up one. When I get away at 4 o'clock in the morning, obviously they don't get there till 8:30. They get there and have to sit there.
Yeah.
And the traffic gets bloody busy round there, and all in the morning in Wood Bassett.
It does. You try and come out of that bloody industrial estate, you come to the crossroads, no bugger will give way to you, will they?
Nah. The first few times I went there, they had the wrong postcode, which took you onto a private residential road. I did change it.
Yeah.
There's a letter out, and it's only about a mile away. It's just on the middle. You go drive down this residential road. It's you're at your destination. Where the fucking hell am I here?
Yeah, but just the one bloody digit out, it can put you well out of your way, can't it?
Yeah. So you'll have nearly everything done today, then, wouldn't you?
I should do, yeah.
I mean,
the only one which might be a pain in the arse would be that one with the 2 4-6 beds, a station hotel.
Yeah.
What I'll do, I'll phone them up.
I'll just drop them and say, and we'll collect and dispose of another time.
Well, yeah, I'll phone them up. If they say, oh, no good, I'll say, well, I'll deliver them, collect them at another time, or I'll just turn up.
Yeah.
And offload. And you're going to bloody step around.
It sounds like a little place anyway, so it's not in Northampton, no?
No, it's postcode 7, NN7. I think I've done it before, a long while ago, and when I went there, the woman said to me, oh, are you going to take the beds upstairs? I said, no, it's ground floor only.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She said, I'll get my husband to take them upstairs.
So it's only a little one, so it shouldn't matter when you go, really, should it? But,
no.
But again, why are we doing 2 disposals? Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Wrong, isn't it? You think if that was your first delivery, you get there, you can't do nothing until 10.
Yeah.
You know, your first delivery in the morning.
Well, this is it. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of disposals what we're doing.
I was saying that in the office the other day. I said, I'm going places I never used to go. And even Doug said, the agreement was we wouldn't do small disposals, you know, but he's still getting them down for 1s and 2s.
Yeah.
Defeats the object, well, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is 2 4-6 bases, disposal.
You think they just break them up and put them in the bin bit by bit?
Yeah. Or just set fire to them across. There's only wood, isn't there?
Yeah. Nothing of it.
No. Because I did a disposal last week, and that was 2 beds. And all in the garage. Yeah. And he opened the garage up.
Oh, is that one with the rats in it?
Yeah. I said, I'm only taking 2. He said, no. He said, you're taking the whole lot. I said, on my note, I said, I'm delivering 2 beds and I'm taking 2.
They're taking the piss, really.
Yeah, and he said, well, it'll make no difference to you, will it? I said, yes, it will. I said, my company has to pay. I said, I don't get anything for this. I won't do it. He mucked said, oh, he was not, oh, job worthy. I said, yeah, I am. I thought, well, you offer me some money and I might change my mind.
Well, that's it. They think you're doing for nothing.
Yeah. I said to him, what my company charging you? I said, they don't make any money out of it because they have to pay. I said, stuff them in the disposal.
Yeah.
You know, it winds me up when they, just take it for granted. Oh, it's no skin off your nose. Well, make it worth my while,
Yeah. And even then, when you go back, you've got to get it off quick before old Nosy sees it and says, oh, you picked up some extra ones.
Oh, yeah. What was it I had? It was the Link Hotel last week. And Bonnie said, oh, you've got 36 mattresses on, haven't you? What time are you going to be back? I said, what time it was. And he said, oh, you've got 36 mattresses, haven't you? I said, yeah. I will go round the back. When I went round the back, down Crane said to me, oh, you've got 36 mattresses. I said, how do you know? He said, because Bonnie told me. I thought,
you can't even earn a couple of quid there now, can you?
No. I thought, bloody mark.
Although Dale wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, how long did it take you to put some diesel in your truck?
About 20 minutes it took me.
I think they're coming to fix it tomorrow, aren't they?
I don't know, I bloody hope so.
I was there 45 minutes, and I give up. I only put 250 litres in. I needed another 100. I thought, fuck this. 45 minutes.
What I did, I stopped it, the nozzle, and then started again, and it spurted out quite quick.
Yeah, but you only do it for a few seconds, and it slowed down again.
Yeah, it only done about 4 litres, then it slowed down.
Well, apparently they're coming to put a new viscous in there. I think that's tomorrow. So, yeah. I thought 250 litres, that'd be enough for me to get to London, do Surrey today, and then London Tuesday. So I had some in there anyway. And I'll fill it up tomorrow when I get back, when they've repaired the bloody thing. I couldn't believe it.
Kevin's blaming Magic and Andy because they ran it totally dry.
But it's Kevin's fault for not putting a sign on it.
Yeah, why did he just put it?
He did say he went out there, it was going to make a terrible noise. But it's totally knackered now. But then again, it's their fault for letting it run dry in the first place. If I hadn't called him, whenever my diesel up, when I know that I haven't checked it recently, I pull a plunger and check it. And I rang him up, I said, Kevin, I've just filled up and it's not registering anything on the tank. And he come out and double checked it. I said, don't you believe me? He said, oh, we'll have to stop everyone dieseling up on that. Now if I hadn't told him, I'd bloody known anyway.
Something else, your gauge was wrong because it said I'd put 177 litres in.
Yeah.
I wrote that down on the sheet, but the most I would have taken was about 95, no more than 100 litres. And it said I took 177 litres.
Did you zero it?
Yeah, I zeroed it. Yeah. I tripped it back to zero.
Rich, would you go to talk?
I thought I'd let them figure that one out.
Yeah.
Oh, 14 miles away from the centre yesterday.
I'm just coming up to Colchester. Do you know, it's a bit weird. It's sunny one minute, then there's a little weeny bit of very fine rain, then it goes sunny again.
Well, when I was driving up towards Newmarket, it was snowing this morning.
When I got to the factory this morning at 4 o'clock, it was really fine snow, but it wasn't settling. And by the time I'd moved much all my stuff about, it stopped.
And then
it was like dust.
I got on the A14 towards Northampton and it started raining.
Yeah.
And Bloody hell, the sun's out. It's 7 Celsius according to my gauge, but the sun's just gone behind some clouds.
Yeah. It's gone behind the clouds here and it's bloody still really cold.
Yeah. When I was unloading that this first delivery, I got to take my 8 3-foot bases come off. I took the sweatshirt off. I was that bloody hot.
Well, I've just been in my t-shirt all day. That's all I wear now.
Yeah.
I put my coat on if it's, like if I've got just a couple of bits, but if I've got, more than 2 or 3 bits, I just leave my t-shirt on. You soon warm up.
Oh yeah. I mean,
people look at me in my shorts and t-shirt and think he's a fucking nutter. But they don't seem to understand. When you're carrying loads of beds on your own, it warms you up.
Oh, it does.
Yes.
I mean, I started bloody hopping. My legs started bloody ache walking, across the shingle carrying bloody mattresses and then the set like the 5-foot bases.
Yeah.
But when I got to I left the 3-foot still last. And I got them off onto, there's a bit of a concrete path to walk on. And I didn't cartwheel them, I used, one corner to corner.
Yeah.
But you had to bring them right out to try and get them in through the door, laying down.
There's no one to help you at all?
No, there's only women there.
I remember in the 70s women burnt their bras for equal rights.
Yeah.
I tell that to some people, Well, we're only women here, I say, hey, years ago women burnt their bras for equal rights.
Yeah. I mean, the housekeeper, she said to me, she said, there's no way she's not going to try and take these beds upstairs. I said, don't even attempt it. I said, they weigh a bloody ton.
Yeah.
I said, you need 2 blokes to do it. I said, don't even touch them. She said, I don't intend to.
Saying that though, do you know that one where, the last one where you used to do it there a few weeks ago? The housekeeper was putting them onto the back of my truck for me, the woman. Little short Irish woman.
Yeah.
Because I said to her, I'll pick you up on Wednesday, you can come down to Cornwall, help me carry all the beds. She's laughing. I'm always saying that to him. You can come out with me for the week.
I said that to one. I don't think where that was. Bloody hotel I've done. The blokes come out, I can picture it. 2 blokes come out, they carry the mattress between them. The housekeeper come out and she just picked one up and walked it in.
I remember years ago there was a place just round the back of Swiss Cottage way. Between Chalk Farm and Swiss Cottage. It's a hotel we used to do. And the housekeeper was a little Russian woman. And she used to come out and just carry them in on her own. It used to amaze me. I used to say, I go to places and 2 blokes carry them. And you come out and pick up one. Everything a man ever wanted. Ripping muscles, beard, moustache.
It's like that Standard House Hotel at Sweden when I went there last week. The painter stroke decorator, I'm not lifting these, they're far too heavy.
Yeah.
And I said to him, they're only 3-foot bloody mattresses. I said, you've got the 4'6" bases taken yet, they're all in one. Oh, I ain't touching them at all, he said. I said, well, don't think I'm going to carry him in. And he wouldn't, he stood back. And 2 other blokes carried him in.
Yeah.
I thought, you lazy bastard, And he was dragging a 3-foot mattress. He grabbed it by the handle and he dragged it. And I said, these are brand new mattresses. I said, don't drag them.
When I see customers do that, I write it on their paperwork before they sign it. So they have to sign that. Customer drag mattresses.
I tried to have H up as well, and I told her if they, say the mattresses basically were damaged because they were dragged.
Yeah.
I did hotel in Hounslow. It's just as you come over the railway bridge. I went in there, back right round, and bloke dragged every single mattress.
They don't care, do they?
The housekeeper was there, and he was dragging the bases, and I said,
mattresses don't matter, you won't see them, but a base, if you scuff all the base up, everyone's going to see that.
Yeah. I said, for Christ's sake, these are brand new. The housekeeper, she just shook her head and walked off. And I actually wrote on the note, that they've been dragged in, and I phoned Katie, and I said, if they try to claim, down to bed, basically. And she said, oh, thanks so much for giving us the heads up.
You get it with a towel board, didn't you? Where you put things on a towel board and they try and I say, don't drag them. It's like sandpaper. They still drag them. So they don't bloody understand the words you're telling them.
No. Anyway, I'm going to hang up on you because I'm coming up to go into Warwick.
Yeah, well, I'm just passing the Dedham turn and the sun's coming out again. Catch you later.
Okay then, cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Later ahead of this week's Key Summit, thousands of steel industry workers will demonstrate in Brussels later in support of their ailing industry. And Japanese shares soared by more than 7% today as the dollar strengthened against the yen. So now you're up to date on that.
It is a truth universally acknowledged that there are many ways to start a story. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, to the unusual way. But where did this one begin? It made me feel like a real author. I'm Sheila Hancock, and this is the story of 500 words.
What's a storyteller? Always a storyteller.
The Radio 2 Breakfast Show's story writing competition for children aged 13 and under.
It inspires so many people to do what they love, even if they think it's crazy.
500 words, the short story so far. Thursday night at 10 on BBC Radio 2.
Thanks, Sheila. Name you make me cry. Then you said goodbye. Ain't a shame. My tears fell like rain. Ain't a shame. You're the one who plays.
See if Clive's about on DMR. 06CB. 08HWC mobile. Back to that, Clive.
Oh well, goodbye. Although I'll try to get a shame. I still feel like rain. Get a shame. You want to play. We cry when you see it. Goodbye. Ain't a shame.
Take travel.
It's 2:21, the latest with Bill.
Thanks, Leslie. The A47 in Norwich, long queues. One lane closed off by an accident involving a car. Now, this is on the stretch between Trowse Newson and Marching Farm Roads. It's lane 2 which is shut. That's after a car crashed into the central reservation. Got some better news for the Orwell Bridge, all now sorted after some earlier issues, after an accident. If you're going on a longer journey though, M25, I believe it's all been reopened now. We saw long delays after a lorry caught fire earlier on. It's still reduced though from junction 28. Well, we've now got issues with the trains as well, actually, with the Belly of Greater Anglia because of a signalling problem between Elmswell and Bury. We've just had the 1420 cancelled a couple of minutes ago, Ipswich to Cambridge. The next cancellation, I'm afraid, is the 15:02 service Ipswich to Lowestoft. Again, that train has been cancelled. That's the latest from BBC Radio Suffolk Channel.
Keeping the county moving. BBC Radio Suffolk.
Goes back in half an hour to keep us updated.
On the way to Norfolk with Grace and Autumn, love Janet and Rebecca. And Steve, can you tell Agnes, Hamish and Iona Hunter, who've been in Nanny's car since 9:30, that we are nearly in Liverpool? You are nearly in Liverpool.
ZNW, which is HWC Mobile, morning stand. I'm calling you on there, Stan. 801. ZNW, which is HWC Mobile. Maybe the network's down. I'm on Metro East. Network might be down, Stan. Let's have a look.
Tango Charlie India, Mike 0 Sierra Delta Yankee Mobile calling you through PO. Are you ready, Steve? 47DW and mobile.
Bobby, sounds like a squeaky.
Hello, M0SCY, good afternoon. How are you trying to get there? I didn't actually hear a full call, sorry. I was fine.
What else you got on your radio, Stan? The network might be down at the moment. It has been playing about. Oh, let me try again. 6LW. HWC. You know what? It's alright, it's my fault. 801. It's alright, my radio's programmed wrong. Let me write that down. MK. You got 840, Stan? You Stan, 840. So I've had a bit of a downpour here. 6LW. HWC. That's that. You should have all the UAs programmed in. I just called you an 840. It's a UA one, so you need to hit the PTT to activate it. LNW, HWC. Let me check this bloody. I've done this one right. Then why isn't that coming up? LNW, HWC. That's weird. That's not showing up on the monitor. I don't know. It's all gone to pot. Looks like it's had right old downpour here, doesn't it? Those look very wet. That's why there's no clouds. They've emptied them out. it. The amount of people that come round here the wrong way, there's going to be a nasty accident one of these days. I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea. I've done that one as well.
You know Spider? I do know Spider. It can go without food for long periods. Some can even go without food for up to 1 year. I don't mind a spider at all. I'm not frightened of them. I love the scene in the Woody Allen movie. I think it was Annie Hall, and he came over to kill a spider in the middle of the night, and it was the size of a Buick. That's right. It's the size of a Buick. Spiders live on all continents, you know, except Antarctica. Did you know that? No, I didn't know that. Got some more? They've been known to lay up to 300 eggs in a single laying, and they've got 48 knees. It's a medium spider. 8 legs with 6 joints on each. If you're still savouring your Valentine's Day chocolate, well, enjoy it while you can. Apparently, according to Parade magazine, the world is in danger of running out of chocolate. I wouldn't take this overly seriously. Some of the world's largest chocolate makers predict a shortfall by the year 2020. I read that. That could be true because they're running out of cacao trees. Yes, but I think it'll be all right in the end. Well, you need to go out and plant some more. I will. The Lake District is the most visited national...
It's my code plug. I've done some things wrong on this local repeater. I'll sort that out when I get home. Yeah, I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea. Just remembered I've got a load of old mattresses on here. I'll go around the back. I'll get them off first. Business before pleasure.
is this, Steve? You got any dubstep? No. If you want, we could be giving it all drum and bass action in a lick-up style. Maybe later.
In many parts of the UK today. Sorry about the weather. Well, it's okay in some areas, not so good in others. First-time buyers fortnight has started giving potential home buyers the information they need to make more informed and intelligent decisions. That's what we need. It's President's Day, marking Washington's birthday in America. New York Fashion Week continues with collections today for the fall and winter 2016 from Tommy Hilfiger, Layla Rhodes, Jeremy Scott, Liberty. The Welsh Open Snooker Tournament that started in Cardiff, and it's the 32nd annual Jorvik Viking Festival in York. The 58th annual Grammy Awards held at the Staples Center, Los Angeles. LL Cool J, I Need Love, is hosting it for the 5th consecutive year, and there'll be performances from Adele, Taylor Swift, Rihanna, Ellie Goulding, James Bay, Kendrick Lamar, Carrie Underwood, The Weeknd, Justin Bieber, and Pitbull. Kendrick Lamar has got the most noms with 11, followed by Taylor Swift, and The Weeknd with 7 each. D'Angelo, Mark Ronson, Ed Sheeran, Taylor Swift, and The Weeknd are nominated for Record of the Year. Block Party Play London, one of my favourite actresses, is still immensely talented and gorgeous. Claire Bloom has a birthday today, as does Jane Seymour, Medicine Woman. She's, well, I won't say how old. Matt Groening is 62. He's the Simpsons creator. And here's Tim Swain.
Underwater cities and 3D printed homes will be common in this country and around the world in 100 years' time, says a new report today.
Wow.
The Future Living Report was written by academics, architects and urban planners, and it suggests that bubble cities will be created underwater, will also live in earth scrapers built up to 25 stories underground, and it also predicts that not only furniture, but replicas of entire houses and structures and buildings will be 3D printed.
They're very much enjoying our food in Spain now. You know, was a time when you would go to El Carrefour and they wouldn't have any English beer or even a Daily Mirror or even some Nivea.
Oh, I think those days are long gone. Did you say Spain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can go to Spain. You can get any British meal you like in Spain now. I particularly like a full English fry, don't you, on the Costa Brava?
Oh, yeah, very much so. You've got English pubs, and, of course, you've got your fish and chips, real English fish and chips. But this is about supermarkets. So now, in supermarkets, you can get Marmite, you can get Bovril, you can get London Pride beer, Cathedral City cheddar, Tetley tea, and all kinds of British stuff. And they love it, and it's bought by Spanish people. Wilderness drama The Revenant, then, starring Leo DiCaprio, has dominated this year's BAFTAs. It was named Best Film. DiCaprio won Best Actor. Alessandra G. Inarritu, Best Director. The Mexican director described the win as overwhelming. He said DiCaprio's talent and commitment to the risky project have kept the film breathing. Families hoping to enjoy the great outdoors this half-term may have to take a sledge with them. This is about the weather, which is kind of up and down for the next 2 or 3 days. Not good. It says much of the country will be blanketed in snow later on today, following temperatures as low as minus 14, 7F over the weekend. Ocado's been knocked off the top spot as the best online grocer for the first time in 5 years by budget chain Iceland. And what you got there, Tim?
Most women won't date a man if he earns less than them, says a new survey today. Of 2,000 women polled, 60% of them admitted refusing a second date with a lower-paid guy. But 96% of men told researchers they weren't bothered if a woman earned more than them.
The posh bloke's on with us later, William Hanson. He's our etiquette expert, giving us the do's and don'ts of visiting the gym. This time, Matthew Kelly, actor and TV presenter, and Cuba Gooding Jr. talking about the people versus O.J. Simpson on the BBC.
Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, go make yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. It was a big, big world, but we thought we were bigger. Pushing each other to the limits, we were learning quicker. By 11, we were out and drinking, burning liquor. Never rich, so we were out to make that steady figure. Once I was 11 years old, my daddy told me, go get yourself a wife or you'll be lonely. Once I was 11 years old. will be 30 years old. I'm still learning about life. My woman brought children for me, so I can sing them all my songs and I can tell them stories. Most of my boys are with me, some are still out seeking glory, and some I had to leave behind. My brother, I'm still happy. Soon I'll be 60 years old. My daddy got 61. Remember life, and then your life becomes a better one. I made a man so happy when I rode the leather ones. I hope my children come and visit once or twice a month. Soon I'll be 60 years old. Will I think the world is cold? Or will I have a lot of children who can love me? Soon I'll be 60 years old.
Lucas Graham, cramming those lyrics in. Cuba Gooding Jr. with us later. Matthew Kelly, William Hanson. Got 14 to 3 now. Here's Bobby Pry. What you got, Bobby?
Steve, thank you. First of all, the snow on Duke's Pass. The one is still closed between Aberfoyle and the A84, so that's still completely shut. Also the M62 now, this is not good, between Manchester and Liverpool. Westbound is shut with the incident between 7 and 6, Rainhill Stoops to the M57 Tarbuck Island. So there is a sign diversion. They've also closed the westbound entry slip at Junction 8, so you can't get on at Junction 8. And the reason why that, of course, you'll be joining a motorway which is closed ahead of you, so you can't get on there on the westbound route. M6 southbound, the accident between 27 and 26, so down from Standish to the Oral interchange. All lanes are now open following the earlier accident. M6 northbound, now we've got congestion up from 16 up past 18 for Holmes Chapel. There is a northbound accident still between Sandbach Services and 17, so all that slow traffic's moving through towards Sandbach. Still one lane closed. M6 southbound to 3A, the M6 to Crawley Services. There was an incident earlier. They've reopened all the lanes now, so you just got a little bit of a slow patch. And then the M25. It's good news anti-clockwise. 3 lanes were closed at 26 for Waltham Abbey. All open now, and that congestion has mostly even moved through. And to Kidbrooke, the A2 eastbound, all lanes are open following the earlier closure. A27, the Chichester bypass eastbound, again, all lanes are open towards the Emsworth bypass. However, there's still congestion both ways following that accident. And then finally, the A31 westbound to Wimborne Minster, all open at Canford Bottom. And I'll be back with more in 40 minutes.
Stephen Mayo is on a 5 off the Helen Dunmore with Simon for the radio team.
Where do I begin to tell the story of how great a love can be? The sweet love story that is older than the sea. The simple truth about the love she brings to me. Where do I start? With her first hello, she gave meaning to this empty world of mine. There'd never be another love, another time. She came into my life and made the living fine. She fills my heart. She fills my heart with very special things, with angel songs, with wild imaginings. She fills my soul with so much love that anywhere I go, I'm never it's always there. How long does it last? Can love be measured by the hours in a day? I have no answers now, but this
you on a retreat in and many others. Special tribute to this year's hall inductees. Now, Monday, and join us for a night of acoustic perfection to celebrate all stuff.
BBC Radio 2 Folk Awards at the Royal Albert Hall on April 27th. Here's what's happening on our little show this week. Cuba Gooding Jr. will have a playlist today. So Matthew Kelly will talk about travel.
It's probably around 8
Yes, issues with trains actually Birmingham, Anglia, between Cambridge and Ipswich. There's a sitting problem between Elswell and Bury, so the lines are at the moment closed. Trains aren't able to run between those stations. In fact, there's a cancellation here, 15:02 Ipswich to Lowestoft. That has been cancelled. 15:28 Ipswich to Peterborough. That service has been delayed. For the roads, the main issue is Thornhill Harbour, southbound A140. The traffic lights, they're now causing queues actually on that southbound carriageway at the junction with the Apsley Road. That's the latest from BBC Radio Suffolk Travel.
Every 15 minutes at peak times and every 30 minutes throughout the day.
BBC Radio Suffolk.
Apparently in the Chekhov play, and that Chekhov, he was great in Star Trek, wasn't he? He was my favourite character in Star Trek, absolutely. You like to complain, by the way, don't you? I'm just changing the subject very quickly. Do you know, I don't like complaining as much as I used to.
Now, sometimes I'm easygoing. Yeah, you're more diplomatic than you used to be, aren't you?
Yes,
Sometimes there is a reason for it. However, British people generally are no longer prepared to put up with poor service after making an estimated 52 million complaints last year, according to new figures published today. Nearly a quarter of those complaints related to retailers and shops, with faulty products the main cause of dissatisfaction. The next most problematic sectors in the Consumer Action Monitor survey were telecoms and energy. Well, there's a surprise.
Yeah. That would be the guy coming round to do the Wi-Fi, right?
Or not, as the case may be.
Yeah,
because you've already rung them up to say, can you not come round on Tuesday, I won't be there. And they say, fine, we'll cancel that. And then they turn up, and you found out from a neighbour that somebody did turn up, even though you cancelled them, telling them you wouldn't be there if they come a different day.
Yeah, I know. And we won't mention, obviously, any particular one, but they often say, don't they, well, I couldn't find anywhere to park. And, you know, they've got their open reach, they've got their van, and you think, well, shouldn't they have thought about that?
They should have thought about that as well. Perhaps also they should liaise with the people that take messages from people who are ringing them to say, please don't come that day, I'm not there.
That kind of thing, yeah. But generally, I don't like to complain, obviously. Daniel Craig has signed up for a US television series. He's going to do 20 episodes, perhaps more, which, of course, sparks rumours that maybe he might not do Bond again. But I think it's, you know, he's a bit of a player, is Dan. I think he will.
Well, yeah, of course he will, but he can do both. There's no problem with that. No. They won't be making another Bond film for at least, 18 months? It takes a while to get these things underway.
Yes, and I think, this is what I hear on rumour, that they're going to do two at once, you know, make it easier for him.
Oh, okay, well, that's fine, so he can do his TV series. TV is the new film, I think you'll find.
Well, that was very profound. Cuba Gooding Jr., talking of TV, movie star, he's in this thing, People vs. O.J. Simpson. Got actor and TV presenter Matthew Kelly and William Hanson, the etiquette guy, on The Big Show.
Everybody loves the things you do, from the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you, 'cause you feel like home. You're like a dream come true. But if by chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? just like a movie. It was just like a song. I was so scared to face my fears. Nobody told me that you'd be here. And I swear you moved overseas. That's what you said when you left me. You still look like a movie. You still sound like a song. My God, it reminds me of when we were young. It's photographed you in this line. In case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we're sad of getting old and made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. When we react, when we react, when we react, when we react. It's hard to admit that everything takes me back when you were there. So when you were there, the part of me keeps holding on just in case as though I still care. Do you still care? It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. My God, this reminds me when we were young.
It's Adele and When We Were Young. Now, when we come back after the news, the oldies chosen by Stephen and Derek in air.
And now the big news at 3 o'clock. This is Harvey Cook. Swedish police have begun an investigation into the accident that killed the British indie band Viola Beach and their manager. Their car went into a canal after going through barriers on a bridge that was lifting to allow boats through. Lauren Dakin, the sister of the drummer Jack Dakin, paid an emotional tribute to her brother and the band.
All the boys were gorgeous. They were lovely. They were so funny. They were so full of life. They were so happy. And I know it's so hard, but the only consolation that I have right now is that they passed away doing what they loved, and I know for a fact they would have been so happy, and they would have just been on top of the world.
Derby Crown Court has heard how a man raped 5 women after meeting them on an internet dating site. The prosecution alleged Jason Lawrence, who's 50 and from Liphook in Hampshire, also attempted to rape and sexually assault 2 other women after chatting to them online. He denies all the charges. Aldi is to create 5,000 jobs in the UK this year. The German-owned company said the positions would include managers, stock assistants and shop floor staff at 80 new stores. The man in charge of recommending an overhaul of British banks says safeguards to prevent another banking collapse do not go far enough. Sir John Vickers, who led the independent commission on the industry, wants banks to have more capital in reserve to enable them to survive a financial crisis without a bailout from taxpayers. Here's Jonty Bloom.
With banking shares already being hard hit this year because of worries about their strength and stability, these comments by Sir John Vickers will be of serious concern. He's worried that the Bank of England has watered down his proposals to make big banks set aside 3% of their capital in case of another crisis and to ring-fence their high street banking divisions from the more risky investment banking arm. But lighter touch regulation and the government's call for an end to banker bashing seem to have been factors in helping to persuade HSBC to keep its headquarters in London. It had been threatening to move it to Hong Kong because of the prospect of tougher regulations here.
A number of people have been killed or wounded in airstrikes on 3 hospitals in northern Syria. The medical charity MSF says it believes Russian or Syrian government forces attacked a hospital it supports in Idlib province. At least 7 people died and 8 others are missing. There's a call for lasers to be classed as offensive weapons and banned in the UK. It comes after a New York-bound plane was forced to turn back to Heathrow when a laser beam hit the cockpit after takeoff, causing a medical issue for one of the pilots. Dave Smith from the Pilots Association BALPA described current laws as totally inadequate.
The law from 2010 just is an offence of shining the laser into the cockpit. But of course that's very difficult to prove. What BALPA is calling for these lasers to be enacted under the prosecution of carrying an offensive weapon. They're no different to carrying a knife.
Now that's the BBC News at 3 minutes past 3, annexed at 4.
Thank you. Stand by for the non-stop oldies.
In the afternoon. Now, the non-stop oldies brought to you daily by Steve Wright in the afternoon. Got some top tunes here. These chosen by Stephen Harper and Derek Lennox and Air. Wow, that's great. Happening no G all over again. Lonnie Gordon. Do you know I'm going to save that for you know what on Friday? Serious talking. These oldies chosen by Stephen and Derek. We are Stephen and Derek from Air in Scotland, Stephen's a full-time student who's studying complementary therapies such as aromatherapy, reflexology and body massage at West College in Greenock. And Derek's a lead lifestyle coordinator at a care home in Glasgow, where he organises activities and days out for people with dementia. Music's been a huge influence on both of our lives, and these songs all represent big, happy, funny or emotional moments for us. I hope you and your listeners enjoy our selection. We're loving them already. Picking these non-stop oldies. Kylie Minogue, Better the Devil You Know. That's 2 PWL songs in a row. Pete, you'll be able to get a new train set. If you miss Serious Jockin' on Friday afternoon, or you just want to pretend it's the weekend already, you need to get downloading it, old friend. Make sure you've got the BBC iPlayer radio app on your mobile or tablet and search for Serious Jockin', that's with no G. You'll then be able to download any Serious Jockin' from the last 30 days onto your smartphone or tablet. And the most recent Serious Jockin' has got monster tunes from Ricky Martin, The Temptations, Pharrell Williams, Stardust, Gloria Gaynor and the Ritchie Family. So to get the free Serious Jockin' download, it's neither serious nor jocking, but it's free, so go to it. Serious
Nobody can tell you there's only one song worth singing. They may try and sell you, 'cause it hangs them up to see someone
Every day, non-stop oldies. Non-stop. This is BBC Radio 2. There's Ray of Light Madonna on the non-stop oldies. Joe Wiley's on the air at 8 o'clock. Joe's album review looks at the new releases from Ronan Keating, Lissy and Mavis Staples. Quadraphonic, that's Susie Quattro. Bruce Welch from The Shadows is Susie's guest tonight at 10. Art of Artists with Russell Davis, and Russell interviews actor Alfred Molina, one of my favourite actors. I love Alfred Molina. That's tonight at 11 after midnight with Janice after midnight. Then Johnny Walker's Sounds of the 70s repeat. Songwriter Tony Hazard joins Johnny to talk about his memories of that decade. And next at Silla.
Anyone who ever loved could look at me and know that I love you. Anyone who ever dreamed could look at me and know I dream of you. Knowing I love you so. Anyone who has a heart will take me in his arms and time you go away, I always say, this time it's goodbye, dear. Loving you the way I do, I take you back. Without you I'd die, dear. Knowing I love you so. Anyone could take me in his arms and love me so. Couldn't be another love that hurt me like you hurt me and be so untrue. What am I to do? Knowing I love you so. Anyone would take me in his arms and love me too. Couldn't be another love that hurt me like you hurt me and be so untrue. Anyone love me too.
Home! Home! Basket. Look, he's going in to get diesel. It's going to take about an hour to fill up. If he needs 300 litres, 350 litres, Friday, so was it Friday? It took me 40 minutes to get 250 in. Gonna be there a while.
Traffic travel. Just on 20 past 3 and bringing us up to date with the very latest hit bill.
Thanks very much, Leslie. Two big issues for you, actually. One
Zero.
roads and one for the
Mobile,
rails.
this
For
thing,
the
yeah.
roads, A140 Thornton Harbour, partially blocked by two vehicles involved in a both directions.
Right there, Paul. What did you say? I didn't quite get what you said. Something about Everglades and in the garage.
No, it's alright. I said, you got your lorry back, I see, because I saw it in the garage.
Garage, do you see me in? The garage that big. Yeah, we truck back last Wednesday. Yeah. So I've done my Devon and Cornwall in it last week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Got to go back again, so there's that one with the ABS on it. Well, I did tell him about it, how you doing? Did we have a good weekend? Well, it's a bit funny, isn't it? I went into Ipswich at 4 o'clock this morning. It was like a dusty snow, very fine white flakes, very fine. But by the time I got all my stuff in the truck and on the road, it just stopped. It didn't rain. How you doing anyway? She's zero. I just have to see mobile. We'll be waiting in the truck, loaded, ready for London in the morning. 1 o'clock.
Happy days. I'm on my way home as well. I'm alright. I'm okay. Not too bad. I saw your lorry. It was in Mercedes. I was doing the service there, and your lorry was in there. I was going to leave a note on the dashboard, but I thought, nah, I better not. You might get a hump. So, yeah, singing your beats on the all scared about the place. That's why I know your lorry was broke down.
I had a head gasket. They had a new head put on it, new injector rail. I was in there for a week and a half doing that. Took they've been in time. Various moments over that week and a half, chopping and changing about here and everywhere. I had to get back in it again. Home sweet home with new radios. So I'll stick a PC in the spare motor, but radios, that's a bit more involved, so I don't bother. Behind some bloke here who's after a night of the road badge doing 25 mile an hour in the 40 limit.
What do you take the lorry home, are you? Or you leave it there and then pick it up in the morning?
Oh no, I always take it home. Always go home. The company diesel is far cheaper than my diesel. And also I'm paid up until I get home, and then in the morning I'm paid when I press that button and run back in the house and eat my bowl of porridge and Goldilocks.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I was in Wales servicing there. I saw it in there. I did phone you up, but you didn't answer. There you go. Coming over the oil bridge. And it's raining. Terrible.
I definitely ain't had a missed call from you, Paul. You sure you rang my number? So you might have me out in there under some pseudonym. So, hang in the arse, T-head, maybe. As we've got me in your phone number, but it wouldn't ring in my phone. I never turn my phone off, and all I know is all the missed calls. Yeah, you'll catch up with me probably. I'm just starting down the back doubles to miss out Cop Dock. So a bit away off the A12. Very slowly. Yeah. So it's starting raining quite heavy here. The windscreen are clean off anyway. Hope you've been well. It's raining for quite some time. I've heard you for quite a while, but I'm not about a great deal. You know, just a little bit. You know, early in the morning there's no one about. You know, just a little bit on sort of Monday when I get loaded in the afternoon, and sometimes Tuesday, then I'm away till Friday every week, so not about that great deal.
I'll ring your number now, but just tell me if it's ringing.
Nothing ringing yet. Oh yeah, it just started ringing. Yeah, that's me. Yeah. Well, what I'll do, I'll have a look at the log, see when you last one before that. I certainly didn't hear it ring. I only noticed if I've had a missed call. The thing is, I don't carry it around me because it's one of these blooming quite large Samsungs. When I'm doing my deliveries, I don't like carrying it with me because it's quite easy. Big old screens on them, it's quite easy to bend them and crack them, and you know, it's quite physical my work hanging about, and I don't fancy breaking it, so consequently I leave it in the truck all the time. So sorry about that, I didn't miss your call. Yeah, yes, you must have done. Anyway, just turned round onto the old London Road, just passing the animal feed place, whatever it's called.
Right, just coming up to Cop Dock roundabout now.
Well, if you go too quick, you'll be in front of me. This truck's horrible. Auto box. It's got a bigger engine than the last one. Like it's a bigger truck. It's 13, 16 ton, I don't know. Bigger engine, certainly not slower. It's only a year and a half old. We'll get another one in September. You'll be looking around it for the first few weeks, looking for the first scratch to appear on it. Look at that. There's a little thing that flashed up there. That was screen, the picture of the camera van. Never seen that before.
Alright. Oh, when comes we going to get another one? Are they going to give that to someone else and then you're going to take on the new one?
I've had the one before this, I only had 3 years. The one before that, I had 2 years. Yeah, they moved them down. People who tend not to smash them up get the new ones. And the people who don't knock them about are at the bottom of the pile. They keep them 5 years now. I've been quite lucky every time the Olympics come, I'll get a new one. They did want me to go on my own demountables, but there's no blooming aerials on it. You put them on the wing mirror, then they've got the old box come over the cab, so that's a problem. They're really fancy like that. At some point, I guess they might be changed over to them permanently, but they've got them all, they're slowly getting rid of the 7.5 tonners now and replacing them with 13s. So guys will probably going out overweight.
Alright. So, I thought they were all getting rid of these demandable bodies and keep your one. Mind you, say now, all you'd have to do then is just buy a chassis, didn't you? With the locking things on it. Instead of having to have a box built all the time.
The boxes do get a bit bashed about though, although, see what they've done, the last 3 vehicles they've bought, they've gone for this composite fibre on the boxes, so it's not aluminium anymore. It's not a honeycomb thing. Very lightweight, honeycomb inside. It's quite thick. Half inch thick, something like that. But you push it into the tree and not dent the blooming thing like normally happens. That very thin aluminium, you only have to push against a bit of a stiff plunge in the tree. You get the groove all the way down it. Well, this new fibreboard stuff, it don't do that. So far, I've got one little mark on it. When I was going through an entrance, there was a dip in the road, and as my wheel went down the dip, the box tipped over and just tapped very lightly. But don't hardly anything. The consequently, you put it through the wash, it looks like a new box still. And normally after a year or so, they're fat and scratches on each other. Where are you up to passing the BP? This dickhead here. Looking out for him, he's behind me somewhere. I'd be hoping to stop by the police. A12.
Your RNS from over A12, just coming past the BP garage.
I thought you'd got stopped by the police or something. Where you been? You had a phone call?
Don't phone me, sorry about that. I was stationed if we can work out what he's saying.
Very scratchy and very poor audio. Typical Chinese handheld, that is. They were quite a way back. Just at the top of the hill. They're dead and strapped at junction 30, just coming up to the side for that. Then the sweeping bend round to the left and drop down the hill where in the trucks will knock them out of here and get up to about 60 miles an hour if we're lucky.
Quite ahead of me. I'll cruise along. I won't get too close, otherwise I'll knock my radio out again.
You must have been held up at Cop Dock. Anyway, how's things? You still doing the spraying thing, or are you giving up with that? Or something else?
I've had a play. I haven't really had a proper go here for a while. Call signs, gentlemen. Been busy doing other bits and pieces. The wife's had an operation, so I've been sorting her out over Christmas, and I haven't had very much time. We still got it all. We still used it. No, not as much. Not at the moment, anyway. I get 5 minutes, I will do. Work's taking up a bit of it as well. So I sort all my work out as well. It's a bit hectic sometimes. Yeah, there we go, never mind. Alright. Come to the Hadley turn off.
Whoever the rude person was that come in without a call sign. License says give you call sign from time to time. Doesn't say give it every over, beginning and end, just from time to time. That's what we do. You're the one who come in without a call sign. I've given my call sign a few times since I've been chatting to Paul. He's given his a few times, so that's all that matters. You're the only one contravening your licence at the moment. Go ahead. Some proper dickheads out there, isn't there, Paul? Come up over your call signs, gentlemen. Good Lord. She's your age, WC mobile. Not you, Paul.
You are an expert mobile. Well, there we go. They like jumping in, they like hiding in between, they don't like coming in after, which an unpolite person would do. There we go, we're not moaning, we don't care, we just carry on.
The policeman, the radio policeman out there, sitting back in the class comment, but made me laugh. He's telling us to use call sign when we did give out call signs when we first made contact. That was less than 15 minutes ago since I've given a call sign. He come in without a call sign, telling people call signs, gentlemen. Very strange, that one. Very late. Didn't used to get that years ago, you know. Used to come on the radio and have a chit chat and a laugh. And, you know, all these stupid idiots coming in with their comments and contravening their licence by commenting and not giving me call sign as well. I did find that quite funny, really. You know, I don't think you're going to catch up with me. All it's sort of going the other way down to Paul. I'm not too far away from my turning. Soon turning up. Playing with coke bugs again tonight. I've got to do some changes to that. You got yourself a DMR radio yet, Paul?
I ain't got DMR. Can't afford one of them at the moment. Too much money. But I am working in fire stations. They've got DMR radios in their fire engines. I could take one out of their fire engines tonight, reprogram it.
Yeah, the only problem is every Motorola's. Have you heard the people on the Motorola's? 20% don't sound too bad, but the other 80% sound diabolical. Considering the system is mainly Motorola repeaters, there's some sort of, I've never looked at the code line settings on a Motorola, and there's something in there that they've got set wrong. They sound awful, really loud and brash, very harsh audio, very nice at all. Just come up to my turning out here in the yards. Home alone tonight, this is away for a few days. Some bits and pieces to get on with tonight. I'll be living on either takeaways or super bread for the next few days. Some lazy like that.
I don't know. My truck is probably somewhere just probably quiet away I am around mine. Looking some peace and quiet. So I'll go for dinner tonight. Find out again. Which you up Northampton or alright, good brother. Alright guys, my brother's calling me. I'll catch you a bit later on, Bob.
Yeah, catch you a bit later, mate. 73s, 20HWC mobile. Thanks for the use of the picture. Bloody repeater policeman. He'll be moaning now, whoever that was, I called him a dickhead on the radio. He didn't come back again though, did he? Dickhead. It's quite ironic really, isn't it, eh? Piping over the top of someone. I'm going to go about people not using call signs. Don't use a call sign himself.
Yeah, fine business there, Doug. Yeah, your patients across the street, and no problems there. So it's showing that up on my end here. You're in Nova Scotia, is that what you said? And what is your WX like up there? We're expecting, ice storm, I guess they call it. Yeah. We don't like those things because the ice accumulates on branches. And they are putting some of these transmission lines higher than the trees. So the trees won't fall on the lines. Maybe that's the reason. So I'm sitting here looking at them. There's some mighty tall. Oh, gosh, if I could put a beam on something like that, easy up and easy down, wouldn't want to crawl up it, although this particular thing does have rungs on it, so whoever has to go up there to do something, they can't climb this pole. So maybe that's the reason. Yeah, we don't like an ice storm, but it's only 31 degrees here right now. And I'm in Duluth, Georgia. Yeah, Duluth, Georgia. They got so many cities. One run all the way from Chicago all over the U.S. One city runs right into the other. Yeah, Roger. Yeah. I don't think that's why they put them up that high, but I know it doesn't matter what happens with an ice storm that builds up on the cables and just weighs them down. It's minus 19 degrees Celsius here. I'm not sure the conversion. But, we had a storm about 2 weeks ago of the heavy snow, about 2 feet worth, and it was like a wet patchy snow, and it just created a nice 1-inch diameter perfectly around all the cables, and it just weighed it down, and we were actually out, the power was down for about 4 days until they had, the power company coming in from all over from locally and also from other, provinces, or will be states where you are, just to come in and help and get the things up and going again. But we were out with the power was out for about 4 days. You have your generator ready to be in use. Here it doesn't get that cold for any length of time.
45 p.m.
I don't know how many people have generators that are connected to their AC, and when the power goes out, their generator supposedly starts right away and keeps Mama happy and keeps the old man happy because the ice cream is not going to melt in the freezer. But you don't start those generators often. They don't usually want to start when you really need it. You work up a sweat even at 19 degrees Celsius, trying to pull that thing, get it started. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have a generator here, so we basically just sat here and patiently waited, and it just kept getting colder and colder to the point where we decided to take a day and go somewhere out of town in a nice warm hotel just to seek some refuge. Yeah, well, okay. Well, that's one way to do it. Yeah, we had a little windstorm. We had a big, tall, long-needled pine tree. It kind of fell from the lot line and fell right on our garage roof. Kind of collapsed out brick house. Good thing, the brick walls horizontal position. In that house, so we were very much for the audio check. Most kind. Maybe like Tony, Tango was London and Yankee. Just done a few modifications to the microphone, and hopefully it's a little bit louder than the report the record files actually getting ready. Reserve room ahead of time. I'm over in North Fleet. There's a little bit of a hit. We were just pretty close, but it was not so audio level. Obviously, you're going out on a Friday evening, that you're probably back out for days. Signal into the recorder. Not very close, but it's fairly strong enough to read. I hope that helps. Earlier Saturday, they really booked, and then Sunday they weren't, so at least we got one night in. We were able to clean up and get one. Hello, mate. I heard you for a little while. It's Tony down in Bromley, and I'm now running a 450 watts at Danbury, so we're doing a reasonable distance from this particular location. Hopefully the audio's a bit better to you now, mate. Back to you. Yeah, nothing wrong with the audio at all. No, I'm playing through on my ID51. No, it's good. So I'm bearing in mind on mobile as well, so possibly a bit of mobile analog and but there we go. Yeah, no problem at all with the audio. Most of the audio levels. I'm using a new radio to me. I'm using analog as well with the wireless 900 at the moment. The mic a mile away from me now, which is basically but I haven't got my hands free. It's down on my lap. But hopefully you can hear me on the same system. So yeah, other than the looks I'm getting on Zoom at the moment, it's perfectly readable, Pete. No trouble at all, mate. But it channels, both the analog and the XR. Anyway, mate, what's about here? Get all that situation sorted out. I've not been on the local TV for a long time. I went out of the DMR. I changed jobs as well, so not on AL or any of the other independents I used to use MA.
CSI, Yankee Danbury, Pete, Conclusion 873.
A house. I have a couple of DV3 Mini, and I picked up the DV4 Mini at Orlando. I tried to play with it last night, but it's not too simple for some reason to get it online. So I connected. It looks like it says it's connected, but it's not paired up to my radio for why. I don't know. Frequency's the same. And I got a phone call here. Hey, we'll catch you later, okay, Jamie? VE1JCS KB6RRX. I have to let you go.
Yeah, KB6RRX from VE1JCS. 7-3, Doug. Pleasure chatting with you, and we'll catch you some other time. Yeah, 7-3.
K4PEK. Go 4 Papa Echo Kilo. Not a something, sir.
Hell, I better put it back to where it was before I got to playing with it. KB6RRX is going to do just that.
KE6RRX.
Never would. It's been a good show so far. Can you play a tune for Sue and Steve, Brandon, and thank the for a lovely weekend we spent with them. Thank you from Richard and Annabelle in Hampshire. And can you give a shout out to me, Lorna and Richard, working hard in the radiotherapy bookings office in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham. That's from Miss Dawn Redding. Thank you, Dawn. 5 to 4, here's Bobby.
Steve, thank you. First of all, to the M18 northbound, there was an accident between 4 and 5 up towards Stainforth. There's one lane closed from Westmoreland. You've got some heavy traffic. A1M northbound between 47 and 48 up towards Borough Bridge. Again, one lane is closed following the earlier accident. They may have to close another again for recovery. That hasn't happened yet. M62 westbound is still completely shut towards Liverpool between 7 and 6. So it's closed between Wenhill Street and the M57 Talbot Island. They've also closed the entry slip road at junction 8, so you can't get on from the Burtonwood Road to help ease the congestion. M6, first of all, northbound, very heavy in patches, 19 minutes up towards the Thirlwell Viaduct 22. And then we've got the M6 northbound busy between 16 and 17 to Sandbach. There's an accident between the services and junction 17. One lane is still shut. And then the M5 northbound 4 to 3 up towards Hales Owen. There's an accident that's blocked one lane. The M3 southbound between 4 and 4A, Camberley down to Farnborough again. On the southbound side, 2 lanes are shut. And then finally the M271 southbound. There's an accident between the M27 at junction 3 and the Southampton Docks to 1 at Brownhill Way. There is one lane closed there. And thank you for your updates. I'll be back with more in half an hour.
No, thank you very much.
Hi there, Paul.
CVS, Golf 8 Charlie Victor Foxtrot is QRZ, listening 01 Charlie.
Kilo Juliet 4 Sierra Papa Juliet, standing by.
Sorry, I don't know whether somebody acknowledged me, but I had the audio game went down and whoever it was had gone off. Anyway, once again, Golf 8 Charlie Victor Foxtrot is listening 01 Charlie.
Kilo Juliet 4 Sierra Papa Juliet, standing by.
Oh, there. Are you calling Golf 8 Charlie Victor Foxtrot GH CVS then? Oh, obviously not. Because the station I just called through, call sign didn't match the call sign that was shown on my screen. Anyway, not to worry. Golf 8 Charlie Victor Foxtrot is once again yours and listening 01 Charlie.
Golf 8 Charlie Victor Foxtrot, Golf 8 Charlie Victor Foxtrot, Mike Whiskey 0, X-Ray Delta Tango, mobile returning. Yes, I think I'm not sure if we're listening 5 Bravo. Normally my repeater is on 5 Bravo, but anyway, very good afternoon to you from Richard in Tembe, Mike Whiskey 0, X-Ray Delta Tango, mobile.
February 15th. Today. Of course, it is a bit chilly, but it's been such a lovely day. I was going to put my mankini on, but I thought
the World News followed by the RCTV News will be played on MB7 ICL at 11 a.m. every Sunday.
Yeah, we're going to have the ETS. I think probably you'd find some appendages might drop off if that was the case there. I'm actually just dropping down into the town here actually in Tempe, so I may get a little week into the repeater at Pembroke Dock, so I'll listen with interest, but I may struggle to get you there, Pete, but just wanted to say very good afternoon to you, and wish you all the best from yes, indeed, very sunny West Wales and indeed Tempe there, from MW0XDT Mobile. Yeah, from the top of the hill looking down at the town, it's such a beautiful view. And today I should imagine it would be magnificent, as long as there's no snow around to spoil it. I don't think there is. However, I've been listening to people in different parts of the UK where snow has been in abundance, so they can keep it. We don't want it. Anyway, nice to make good acquaintance. I wonder what you're using in the way of equipment. I didn't see it on the screen, although I might have done, but it didn't register. Anyway, I'm using a 2820, which I've only just finished programming today. I hope I've finished it, because it's been a couple of months now that I've struggled with it. It's been bugger, excuse my French. But now that it's completed, I'm hoping shortly to put it in the car. But it'll only be temporary, just to try it out in this area, where there are no nodes, but they're only low. There's nothing on top of mountain tops, so I'm not sure of the coverage, but we will give it a bash anyway. God loves to try it. Anyway, Richard, I hope you're still into the repeat of that, so probably back Golfing Charlie Victor Foxtrot.
Because they're based in a country whose politics are customary.
Yeah, I'm stuck in traffic lights now, looking down onto the town of Tempe as you described it. I can see Colby Island, and then beyond that, I can actually see the visibility is so good. I can see out to that island in the channel. I can't remember what it's called. Steep Holm. I'm not sure. What's the name of that island is in the Bristol Channel there, but I can see that really clearly. It looks like it's a stone's throw away, but that's quite a distance out. But the lights are changing to green, so it looks like we're off. And so I'll be losing a little bit of altitude, but yeah, the sea looking very nice indeed. 5100 here in the van, 5100, 50 watts out at the moment into the repeater GB7 Papa Delta, and just a little tri-band antenna on the roof. So that's a working condition this way. I've also got a DV4 Mini, which I do use occasionally, and that works really well for a D-Star a little hotspot. I've even used it with a 4G dongle here in the van to have my own little hotspot following me around there, Peter. For MW0, XDT Mobile.
The FA chairman Greg Dyke has told the BBC the 2022 World Cup.
Yeah, nice arrangement, Richard.
Cheers to everyone. Hope you all have a good afternoon, rest of the day, good evening. I'll be back in the morning for a drive into central London and then jump in my bed for an hour or three. So it's a one with a disposal, so I'm booked for after 9 o'clock. But I will get there about 6 for 3 hours on my bed. It's a bit of an awkward place, so I want to get there early. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Catch you later. Thanks. If you did join in, thank you very much. If you didn't, see you tomorrow. See you later. Bye.
We'll be
Afternoon, babes. This is Dev in for Greg James for the rest of the week. We started off the show with the Vamps. Wake Up, straight into Fetty What, and again. And still to come, I got Bring Me the Horizon, Shawn Mendes, that new one from Kanye West called Real Friends, and we'll do the Going Home song after Rudimental. This one's called Rumour Mill.
It's on the rumor mill, the word is on the street. I don't know how to feel about what you say to me. This party feels it won't give me no relief. Nothing but a cheap pill, no chance of a remedy. Bad things be spreading around, no, let it go, just turn it down. Don't be a fool, don't be a clown, can't tell me, won't tell me nothing anyhow. Bad things be spreading around, no, let it go, just turn it down. Either way I'm coming round, can't tell me, won't turn me down. I don't even care about what they say. I don't even care about what they say. I don't even care about what they say.